Καλημέρα και καλώς ήρθατε στο Conversational Marketing Conference, ένα συνέδριο της Μπούσιας Επικοινωνίες υπό την αιγίδα του ΣΔΕ και του ΙΑΜΠΕΛΑΣ. Όταν μου ζήτησαν από τις Μπούσιας Επικοινωνίες να συντονίσω το συγκεκριμένο συνέδριο, οφείλω να ομολογήσω ότι στην αρχή εξεπλάγην, διότι το θέμα είναι και αρκετά στοχευμένο, αλλά ενδεχομένως και αρκετά προχωρημένο, θα έλεγε κανείς, ειδικά για τα δεδομένα των λιγότερο όριμων αγορών. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι το conversational marketing είναι κάποια νέα πρακτική. Είναι κάτι το οποίο κάποιος θα έλεγε συμβαίνει ανέκαθεν στην ιστορία της ανθρωπότητας, στην ένας προς ένας επικοινωνία, στις αγορές ή στο λιανεμπόριο σήμερα με την φυσική παρουσία, ή ακόμα και με call centers, με telemarketing, με διάφορα άλλες πρακτικές. Ωστόσο, αρχίζει να γίνεται μια πολύ πιο μεγάλη τάση στο εξωτερικό, κυρίως διότι αποτελεί για πολλούς την λογική συνέχεια του interactive marketing, δηλαδή την έναν προς έναν επικοινωνία που παρέχουν τα ψηφιακά μέσα ως δυνατότητα. Ακόμα περισσότερο στο κομμάτι του funnel που αφορά το conversion, το engagement και το loyalty. Αυτό το οποίο αλλάζει ουσιαστικά σήμερα είναι ότι με την πρόοδο του AI, αλλά και πάντα σε πλαίσιο πανδημίας, το οποίο δεν επιτρέπει τόσο εύκολα και το ζούμε αυτές τις μέρες ακόμα περισσότερο, την φυσική συναλλαγή, την φυσική συνομιλία, γίνεται κάτι ακόμα πιο ενδιαφέρον και ακόμα πιο ξεχωριστό. Θα μπορέσουμε να πούμε πολλά περισσότερα στην εισαγωγή, αλλά αρχικά θα ήθελα να δώσω το λόγο σε εκπροσώπους των δύο σημαντικών θεσμικών οργανισμών, υπό την αιγίδα των οποίων είναι το σημερινό συνέδριο. Και πρώτα θα δώσω το λόγο στον κύριο Πάνο Μίλια, μέλος της ομάδας Digital του Συνδέσμου Διαφημιζομένων Ελλάδος, για ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό. Πάνο, καλή σου μέρα.
Καλημέρα, Κωνσταντίνε. Καλημέρα σε όλους τους διαδικτυακούς σύνεδρους. Εγώ βρίσκομαι εδώ ως μέλος της ομάδας Digital του ΣΔΕ, της ομάδας που παρακολουθεί τις εξελίξεις στο digital σε ελληνικό και διεθνές επίπεδο, από τη σκοπιά των διαφημιζομένων και λειτουργεί ως ο σύμβουλος του ΣΔΕ σε θέματα digital, πραγματοποιώντας εκπαιδευτικές δράσεις. Από το 2015 μέχρι και σήμερα έχουμε υλοποιήσει 7 digital sessions για θέματα που βρίσκονταν ή τέθηκαν μέσα από τα sessions στην κορυφή της ατζέντας των τμήματων marketing και media. Είμαστε εδώ σήμερα για να μιλήσουμε για το μέλλον ή μήπως για το παρόν. Είμαστε εδώ για να μιλήσουμε για την επόμενη φάση του digital marketing ή μήπως για την τρέχουσα μορφή της digital επικοινωνίας. Μήπως το αύριο είναι ήδη σήμερα. Η πανδημία του COVID-19 που λειτουργήσε και λειτουργεί ως ο απόλυτος επιταχυντής για το digital transformation των επιχειρήσεων και του marketing έχει φέρει ήδη στην καθημερινότητά μας πολλά από αυτά που αναμένονταν σε βάθος πενταετίας. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν να δούμε κάποιες βασικές τάσεις που οδηγούν στο conversational marketing, ξεκινώντας από τα messaging platforms. Ήδη 3 εκατομμύρια μηνυμάτων στέλνονται μέσω των chat applications χάρη στην ελεύθερη χρήση και την αμεσότητα που προσφέρουν. Το επόμενο διάστημα αναμένονται πολλές νέες εφαρμογές μέσα στις πλατφόρμες μηνυμάτων. Συνεχίζοντας με το voice, αναμένεται τεράστια αύξηση στη χρήση του voice. Η νέα γενιά έχει ήδη αντικαταστήσει την πληκτρολόγηση με την εκφώνηση και αυτή είναι μια τάση που στο μέλλον θα κυριαρχήσει. Chatbots. Όλο και περισσότερες επιχειρήσεις τα υιοθετούν, τα οποία λειτουργούν ακούραστα όλο το 24ωρο, δίνουν άμεσες απαντήσεις σε βασικά τουλάχιστον ερωτήματα των καταναλωτών και θεωρούνται πολύ αποτελεσματικά στο conversion, όπως είπες και εσύ. Artificial Intelligence. Η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη θα εξελίξει πολύ περισσότερο τα chatbots και θα αυξήσει την απόδοσή τους μέσα από τη συνεχή ανάλυση της συμπεριφοράς των καταναλωτών, προσφέροντας έτσι τεράστιες δυνατότητες επιχειρήσεις. Το customer experience φυσικά, καθώς η εμπειρία για τον καταναλωτή γίνεται πρώτη προτεραιότητα σε επιχειρήσεις, οι οποίες προσπαθούν να καταλάβουν καλύτερα τον πελάτη τους, να του προσφέρουν μια απαράμιλη εξυπηρέτηση και να τον κρατήσουν όσο δυνατόν περισσότερο loyal. Φυσικά, η εστίαση στα customer data και μάλιστα όσο πιο ποιοτικά δεδομένα είναι αυτά, τόσο πιο πολύ μπορούν να αυξήσουν το engagement των καταναλωτών μέσα από πολύ εύστοχες προτάσεις για τομείς πέραν του βασικού, αυτό που λέμε beyond the core. Και τέλος, όπως είπα και πριν, ο COVID-19, η συνεχιζόμενη πανδημία και το social distancing θα επιταχύνουν τα παραπάνω, καθώς είναι αναγκαίο να αντικατασταθεί η φυσική επαφή με νέες μορφές διάδρασης μέσα από τις τεχνολογίες που ήδη προανέφερα. Τελικά, το conversational marketing μάλλον είναι ήδη εδώ. Πρόκειται για μια νέα, πιο προσωποποιημένη προσέγγιση του πώς να επιχειρούμε διαδικτυακά. Ξεκινώντας από μια ερώτηση ενός καταναλωτή, μπορούμε να κάνουμε μαζί του μια ολόκληρη συζήτηση σε πραγματικό χρόνο και να τον οδηγήσουμε στο επόμενο επίπεδο του marketing funnel μας. Στον ΔΕ και μέσω της συνεργασίας που έχουμε με την Παγκόσμια Ομοσπονδία Διαφημιζομένων, την WFA, παρακολουθούμε όλες τις διεθνείς εξελίξεις στο digital και τις μοιραζόμαστε με τα μέλη μας. Γι' αυτό και στηρίζουμε το σημερινό συνέδριο με μεγάλη χαρά, γιατί πιστεύουμε ότι η γνώση που θα προσφέρει για τις τεχνικές και τις τεχνολογίες του conversational marketing θα δώσει σε όλους μας τουλάχιστον μία ιδέα προς άμεση υλοποίηση. Εύχομαι να έχουμε ένα εξαιρετικό συνέδριο, Κωνσταντίνε.
Θερμές ευχαριστίες πάνω μου για αυτόν τον χαιρετισμό και κρατάω αυτό το οποίο είπες, το οποίο θεωρώ πολύ σημαντικό, ότι δεδομένων των συνθηκών, ναι, ίσως το αύριο και σε αυτή τη διάσταση έχει έρθει σήμερα πολύ πιο γρήγορα από ό,τι το περιμέναμε. Και έχοντας δει διαγωνίως έστω τις παρουσιάσεις των ομιλητών, έχει πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον των αλλοδαπών ομιλητών από εξειδικευμένα agencies με case studies, έχει πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον να δούμε τι γίνεται στις πιο προηγμένες αγορές και να εκτιμήσουμε τι και πώς θα μπορούσε να μεταφερθεί εδώ. Σε ευχαριστούμε εκ νέου για αυτόν τον χαιρετισμό. Και ο λόγος να πάει στον έτερο σημαντικό θεσμικό οργανισμό, ο οποίος έχει δώσει την αιγίδα του στο σημερινό συνέδριο, το IAB. Και με πολύ μεγάλη χαρά καλωσορίζω τον Κωνσταντίνο Δανιά, μέλος της Δικούς Επιτροπής του IAB. Κωνσταντίνε, καλή σου μέρα. Πρέπει να είσαι στο mute.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Τώρα
Τέλεια.
ελπίζω να με ακούτε.
Απολύτως.
Ωραία. Καλημέρα λοιπόν και στους διοργανωτές και στους σύνεδρους. Πάνω, Κωνσταντίνε, καλημέρα. Και εγώ με τη σειρά μου να πω ότι χαίρομαι πολύ που γίνεται ένα τέτοιο συνέδριο σήμερα, αυτόν τον καιρό και μέσω αυτής της πρωτοφανούς παγκόσμιας υγειονομικής κρίσης, γιατί θα μπορούσε να είναι πιο επίκαιρο. Υπό την αιγίδα του IAB χαιρετίζουμε και εμείς την προσπάθεια αυτή, γιατί ειδικά αυτές τις μέρες όλα αυτά τα εργαλεία που θα ακουστούν, τα case studies που θα παρουσιαστούν και θα ενημερωθούμε, ειδικά από, όπως είπες Κωνσταντίνα, από τους ομιλητές και του εξωτερικού και από πιο προηγμένες αγορές, είναι εξαιρετικά και θα πρέπει να είναι και να αποτελούν πηγή έμπνευσης για όλους και προκειμένου να υπάρχει μια εδραιωμένη one-to-one, όπως λέει πάνω και έτσι κι αλλιώς η εισαγωγική σελίδα του συνεδρίου, αμφίδρομη προσωποποιημένη επικοινωνία ανάμεσα σε επιχειρήσεις και καταναλωτές. Θα το έθετα και ως human to human, οτιδήποτε προσομοιάζει περισσότερο στην προσωπική επαφή. Αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο θα βοηθάει, ειδικά με το social distancing που είπε και ο Πάνος νωρίτερα, που προκαλεί η πανδημία. Smart speakers, οπότε, voice assistants, messaging apps, CRM tools, emails, SMS, call centers, bots, που πολλά brands, ακόμα και στην ελληνική αγορά, έχουν ξεκινήσει να χρησιμοποιούν. Θεωρώ και θα αποτελούν εξαιρετική σημασία σε εργαλεία, τώρα και στο μέλλον. Σημαντικό φυσικά, και κλείνω, είναι και ο τρόπος μέτρησης και αποτελεσματικότητας αυτών, αφού οι business στόχοι ανεξαρτήτως οχημάτων παραμένουν οι ίδιοι. Έρευνες στην αποτελεσματικότητα, NPS, όλα αυτά σίγουρα θα πρέπει να μετριούνται και από τέτοιου είδους εργαλεία. Στην εποχή οπότε του digital transformation και της πρωτοφανούς πανδημίας αυτής, προτρέπουμε όλους να κάνουν consider και eventually πράξη τέτοιες λύσεις. Καλό συνέδριο εύχομαι και καλημέρα σε όλους.
Θερμές ευχαριστίες, Κωνσταντίνε, και προφανώς οι επισημάνσεις για την παλέτα των εργαλείων που υπάρχουν στη διάθεση των διαφημιζομένων και των συνεργατών τους, απόλυτα ορθές. Μάλιστα μου έφαγες και ένα κομμάτι από την εισαγωγή μου. Αυτό είναι καλό, σημαίνει ότι θα έχουμε περισσότερο χρόνο για παρουσιάσεις. Καλή σου μέρα, ευχαριστίες εκ νέου. Τώρα, όπως λέγαμε νωρίτερα, υπάρχουν διάφοροι πυλώνες ό,τι αφορά το conversational, ειδικά οι νέες δυνατότητες, όπως είναι μέσα από το voice, και εδώ δεν μιλάμε μόνο για smart speakers, μιλάμε και για κινητά τηλέφωνα, δηλαδή μιλάμε για εργαλεία τα οποία ήδη έχουν οι καταναλωτές στη διάθεσή τους. Και βέβαια, προφανώς στον έτερο σημαντικό πυλώνα, αμφότεροι θα εξεταστούν σήμερα, του messaging. Ανάλογα με τις αγορές, και θα δείτε τις παρουσιάσεις αργότερα, σε κάποιους κλάδους τείνει να επικρατεί το voice, σε κάποιους περισσότερο το messaging, έχει το ενδιαφέρον του. Εγώ θα ήθελα καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσω εκ νέου και τον Πάνο και τον Κωνσταντίνο και τον ΣΔΕ και τον Ιαμπελάς για την αιγίδα, τους συμμετέχοντες, τους διεθνείς ομιλητές, αλλά και τους χορηγούς μας, την AdWeb και τη Vimoji, που στήριξαν το συνέδριο και βοήθησαν στην πραγματοποίησή του. Σε ό,τι αφορά το κομμάτι της δομής, για να έχετε μια καθαρότερη εικόνα, έχουμε μια ενότητα σημαντική στην αρχή που κοιτάει κυρίως τις τάσεις σε προηγμένες αγορές, αλλά και τον ρόλο που τα μέσα ενημέρωσης, το περιεχόμενο μπορεί να παίξει σε αυτή την προσπάθεια. Και μετά έχουμε μια σύντομη παρουσίαση από τον χορηγό μας, τη Vimoji, για να δώσει και τη διάσταση της ελληνικής πραγματικότητας, για να καταλήξουμε σε μια εκτενή συνεδρία με 4 απόλυτα εξειδικευμένα agencies από τον διεθνή χώρο, που θα παρουσιάσουν προφανώς όχι μόνο τάσεις, αλλά και βέλτιστες πρακτικές και do's and don'ts και βέβαια case studies. Τα θέματα είναι πολλά. Είναι οι νέες δυνατότητες για τους marketers, είτε άμεσα είτε μέσω πλατφορμών. Είναι τα best practices. Είναι, όπως πάρα πολύ σωστά σημείωσε ο Κωνσταντίνος, στο κομμάτι των δικτών αποτελεσματικότητας, των KPIs που λέμε, και της μέτρησης αυτών. Είναι οι απαραίτητοι πόροι που οι μάρκες μπορεί να χρειαστούν, διαφημιζόμενοι μπορεί να χρειαστούν για να προβούν σε σχετικές ενέργειες, ή και οι συνεργασίες κλειδιά που θα απαιτηθούν. Είναι οι συνέργειες με άλλες ενέργειες στο κομμάτι του digital marketing και πού μπαίνει το conversational marketing στο digital marketing mix ή στο ευρύτερο marketing mix, γιατί πλέον μιλάμε και για ένα digital continuum, για να το πούμε με έναν διαφορετικό τρόπο, και βέβαια κρίσιμο να εκτιμήσουμε το πώς θα κινηθούμε τους επόμενους 12 μήνες, πώς αυτή η τάση θα προχωρήσει στους επόμενους μήνες. So without further ado, I will switch to English as the time has come to introduce, to start our first session and introduce our first speakers. Now, in terms of structure, you may want to know that we'll be taking Q&A in twos, which means 2 international speakers, then a joint Q&A session, and so on. You can check the agenda on the site or indeed in the platform to see how the program will flow. There will be polls during the day asking your views and your opinions on different topics so that we can take your instant feedback on issues. And finally, do feel free to post in the chat box any questions you may have so that I raise them with our keynote speakers during the Q&A session. So, as I said, starting with markets and trends, I am delighted to introduce as our first speaker today, Lamberto Ferrara, who is the culture and semiotic strategist for Ipsos. Now, Ipsos is a global company that certainly does not need any introduction. And Lamberto will give us his perspective in terms of the data Ipsos has available, particularly on the voice market. So, Lamberto, buongiorno, and the floor, or rather the screen, is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So, yes, I'm Lamberto Ferrara, Cultural and Semiotic Strategist at Ipsos Mori UK. And today I'm going to talk with you about voice technology and the importance for brands of understanding your audience's needs. So, voice has been depicted by fictional content for years as something really futuristic. Think about 2001: A Space Odyssey or Star Trek, for example. We have now got to a stage where this is no longer the case. People are starting to use it in their everyday lives, and the industry is starting to use it too. So voice is fascinating because it not only represents a new way for brands to speak to people, but it also represents a new way for people to speak back to brands. Being a new technology, the future of voice is still very unknown, but we do know it has the potential to be a game changer for branded content. So voice has the potential to disrupt the way people interact with brands. First of all, voice input will be different. People will not say things as they will type them, since conversational questions change the emphasis on keyword. And brands will rely more on audio at the expense of visual. There will be a different marketing mix, with audio and voice playing a bigger role. And there will be more pressure on winning the search race, because with reduced visual displays returning fewer search options, being the number one result will be of the utmost importance. And all considering, it is extremely important to have clear that designing conversations is tricky. Delivering an engaging voice experience is difficult because it relies on understanding conversational architecture, as we are going to show you in a few minutes. So, to support brands navigating the emergent voice landscape, we, in collaboration with IAB UK, adopted a multi-stage consultative approach. We started with desk research, running an extensive review and analysis of over 100 existing research reports, press articles, and trends. Then we had expert interviews. We ran 10 interviews across a range of disciplines such as neuroscience, AI, PA, human-computer interaction, historians, etc. This helped to map out brand perspectives related to voice. Then we follow with consumers focus groups with early adopters of smart speakers. We deep dive into their usage, perceptions, and expectations of voice tech. We followed up with an all-day industry workshop, a future casting session with industry experts from media agency, brands, and tech companies to ideate and debate the current voice sector and map out future scenarios, ensuring research recommendation and guidance were grounded in industry insight. Throughout the whole process, we also applied semiotics and cultural analysis. We investigated how media, movies, literature depict voice technology to gather the cultural representation of voice and spot the origins of consumers' expectations. Then we ran deep analysis of consumers' created materials from the focus groups to identify needs, hopes, and fears related to voice technology that they would have found difficult to verbally articulate when interviewed. What emerged from conversations with early adopters is that some challenges in voice are embedded within wider industry trends. First of all, voice is strongly linked to AI and is often perceived as the literal AI's voice. Therefore, all the worries linked to AI are reflected into voice, including the possibilities for technology to replace human beings in their working activities. And also the Internet of Things connect us all to our devices and other people. But how and when can we disconnect? This taps into users' fears of addiction to social media and technology. But also, as said, for decades, sci-fi has depicted voice technology as extremely advanced, and this has set up high expectations in consumers' mind. Think about movies such as Hair or several episodes of the TV series Black Mirror. Additionally, we can't forget that attention economy and dependency from tech are top-of-mind worries too, as well as privacy and trust issues, especially considering conversations on the role of social media in shaping and somehow manipulating our life and society at large. So the first thing that emerged is that voice isn't just about talking, it is also about listening. You may need to spend more time actually listening to consumers rather than talking yourselves. So the key to making high-quality voice interaction is understanding how, when, and why consumers are talking with you, as well as how they want to be communicated with. And the good news is that you might have a lot of data on this already. Consider reviewing your consumers' touchpoints and consumers' conversations. Can you use the data you have about customer conversations across social media, face-to-face, online, and phone customer service interactions? And can you talk to frontline staff about what they are seeing and hearing about your customers? Can you review what you know across your SEO accounts to find out more about the keywords and contexts in which consumers are interacting with you? And can you review troubleshooting queries to better understand key consumers' pain points? What common customer questions can you answer easily? What are the FAQs? And can you investigate why consumers are coming to your website? And can you review traffic data, applying all of these in a way that you can create a service connecting voice technology to consumers' needs? So it is key to understand what kind of messages your audiences would like to receive. From conversation with consumers, appears that commercial messages can be classified by the level of interest and the level of impact, falling into 4 areas we aligned in this mapping. With high impact and low interest, there are errands. Messages helping people making their life easier and more efficient in moments that matters and daily tasks. With low impact and high interest, there are what we can call news, messages that interest people, making them aware of things about the world and the society around them, even if don't have immediate and direct consequences on their daily life. And then there are passions, the sweet spot, messages with high impact and high interest that delight consumers, making their life fun, entertaining, and engaging by connecting to people's deeper needs. Unfortunately, all the rest is considered as noise. So understanding consumer needs and being relevant is crucial to get into or close to the sweet space, the passion zone. Consider that people are also potentially willing to provide assistance with a lot of personal data and information in order to simplify or add value to their lives. So as long as the messages are highly relevant and tapping into needs, their quantity is not an issue. So you may wonder how exactly one best avoid the noise zone. Well, when consumers talk about their personal voice assistant, what they really refer to is their AI assistant that, in a perfect world, work as a personal butler. A butler that covers different roles and functions, starting from the family doctor, intimately knowing someone's physical and emotional needs and looking after them, but also working as a best friend, having a personality and knowing someone's deepest secret while maintaining confidentiality. And it should naturally also work as a PA, enabling people to deal only with what is relevant and important to them. And as a parent, knowing their tastes, needs, and behaviors. It should also work as your partner, being on your side in teaming up with you to help you, for example, educating your kids or running households. And in the end, and this is very important, it should work as a pet dog, being loyal and not taking control of nor protesting about its role. Think about your brand identities, products, and service, and consider what role it can have for your brand. So, however, even before AI and voice becoming a personal butler, it is important to develop a trustworthy relationship with consumers. Consumers and experts agree that transparency is fundamental to building consumers' trust, especially in a more privacy-concerned world. So, considering what briefly mentioned so far, there are 5 areas brands can explore to get into voice. Always keep in mind that voice is more than just smart speakers, and that the most approaches will likely rise in importance in the future. Firstly, you can develop apps and or specific voice assistant applications that exclusively work on one of the voice operating systems, for example, Alexa Skills. Then you can use voice for advertising in its traditional sense, with paid-for messages and content targeted at people, for example, digital audio ads. You can also optimize your digital presence for voice search, for example, with voice search engine optimization. And you can create new or augmenting your existing products or services with voice tech. Think about your website or chatbots and how you can improve them. And then you can partner with existing voice tech providers or services. Think about sponsorships of an existing voice tech service. So whatever strategy you're planning to start, always remember that to operate through the medium of voice, brands must fully understand the complexities of user to AI communication. A potential fatal philosophical flaw behind this technology is thinking that there are no differences between humans and machines. Because there are still issues, since the medium has specific limitations. As Eric Stoltermans, professor of human-computer interaction, said, this idea that a machine can do whatever humans do is not accurate. They are able to do it in a mechanical form, to mimic a set of behaviors. We use human language to describe what machines do, but they are just following a formula. In particular, the conversational architecture that sits behind the voice technology is designed by humans who need to try and foresee all possible developments and versions of a conversation. And unfortunately, human mistakes are always possible. Also, despite advanced techniques and developer skills, it is currently virtually impossible to foresee all potential branches of a natural conversation. For example, someone may ask, where is the bus stop? Or what's the closest bus stop? Or how far is my bus stop? And so on. Furthermore, as the neuroscientist Sophie Scott pointed out, it is important to consider that with voice, you can communicate unconscious mood, social grade, ethnicity, age, and gender, as well as your relationship with the person you are speaking to. And this is particularly important if you are considering developing your personal brand's voice. So if you approach the talking voice like a painter, the palette of voices is made of age, socioeconomic, and geographic origins, but also emotional states, musicality, etc. Brands can investigate this to communicate better through voice. So when thinking about creating your own brand's voice, brands should start finding inspirations from human voice interaction to create the most suitable ground for a trustworthy and emotional relationship with people. First of all, be familiar. Research shows familiar accents and sounds are more likely to be engaging and trusted. Use voice variations. The human voice changes depending on situations, adding extra meaning to speech. Variations illustrate engagement and understanding of listener situations. Also, check your pitch. Different pitches communicate different statuses and personalities. And use a wide vocal range. Voices using a wide vocal range sound more engaging and interesting. And also consider your sub-brands. Do your sub-brands share the main brand voice, or are they different? So it is definitely a complex landscape to navigate. But remember, the most successful voice skills and actions are based on simplicity of vocabulary and closing off possible branches of conversations. Content, experiences, and services in voice need to be designed to consider the user interface and have a deep understanding of human language and the context of the conversation. As the conversation designer Tom Hewitson said, voice technology is powered by AI. However, when we talk about using AI, people imagine we are creating sentient beings like Samantha in the moving Hair. Instead, it's just really a pattern recognition and good conversation design. So consider your brand, your wider strategy, and your objectives, and think if you are venturing into voice just because it's shiny or new, or if you have a well-developed strategy. So voice won't probably completely replace screens. It is one channel amongst many. It has pros and cons and isn't right for every brand or for every objective. Your voice strategy needs to be connected to an overall strategy to ensure effectiveness. So always question yourself, what reason do you have for investing into voice technology? And what are you trying to achieve with your overall or digital strategy? And how can voice be of use? Voice is almost seen in conjunction with screens and other interfaces. So are you taking into account this relationship? Also consider communicating with voice and other channels with the right mix of your objectives. Also, different voice activations are required to suit your objectives. Are you playing more in the brand building or the selling space? And what does it look like? And how will you measure success through voice technology? And then probably the most important question, are you just venturing into voice technology for the sake of it? Or is it actually useful for your brand identity and your strategy? So remember the utopian personal butler we mentioned earlier, and the different messages you can deliver to your audience. So what role can your brand legitimately fill? Are you helping with errands, helping people making their life easier and more efficient in moments that matters, saving money or time, for examples? Or are you interested in people with news, making them aware of things that interest them whilst filtering out things that won't? Or are you delighting their passions, making their life fun, entertaining, or amusing by connecting to people's deeper needs? So consider your brand, product, and services to communicate appropriately with your audiences. So to conclude, there are 5 important takeaways to keep in mind to find your own voice. First of all, the age of voice is here. It is a wonderful, complicated space, intrinsically linked to AI. And the risk and rewards for brands are very high. Consider the personal butler we mentioned earlier, and the role it could potentially have in consumers' lives. Which role can your brand fill? Then understanding your audience's needs is crucial. Listen to them first. And also, always consider your brand's wider strategy. There are many ways to use voice technology. Choose the right route for your own brand, because voice technology is here to stay, and the success of your strategy will highly depend on the type of relationship and messages you will share with your consumers. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Lamberto. There's plenty of things you touched upon there that we look forward to revisiting shortly in the Q&A session. What struck me among many things is that one must not venture because it's shiny and new. It's a mistake that we have made in digital marketing in particular several times over the last 25 years that we've been on this journey, especially people that are as old as I am. So certainly this is one to avoid. And the methodology you presented is incredibly useful in that respect. We'll see you very shortly. Let me jump in straight to our next speaker. When I was saying in the beginning that we will be looking at trends, but also looking at media, some publishers, friends of mine said, conversational marketing, this is for brands, perhaps it doesn't concern me. Well, apparently it does. It does because audio content and voice content, especially in the quality that top broadcasters and content providers produce, does have a significant role to play in this emerging ecosystem. And we could not have a better speaker with us than Rob Timoney, the business director of Audio XI, the most important radio broadcaster in Ireland, and an expert in the field. Just recently chaired a big session at IAB Europe discussing the potential of voice. So thank you for that as well, Rob. We are all ears to hear your perspective on this. Good morning, and thank you for being with us.
Good morning, and thanks very much for having me. So, as mentioned, my name is Rob Timoney. I'm business director here in Audio XI in Ireland. So I'm tucked up in the rainy northwest of our lovely little country, and I suppose of Europe as well. But Audio XI is Ireland's largest digital audio exchange. So we're part of the Communicore Media Group, which is Ireland's largest commercial radio group. We've numerous digital products that I suppose make up our offering, and platforms, and Audio XI is one of them. So as mentioned there, I chair the Digital Audio Council within IAB Ireland also, and I've been working in digital media and publishing for just over 7 years now. So delighted to be here virtually and speaking with you today and setting the scene for an intriguing day ahead. So what I thought would be useful to start with would be to give you an overview of the Irish digital audio market. And it's a small snapshot, but just to show you the complexities for advertisers and brands and publishers alike. So it's made up of a number of radio stations, numerous music providers, an ever-growing list of podcast providers. These could be international players like Wondery, Audio Boom. There could be digital publishers like Off the Ball here in this instance, traditional print companies moving into audio like the Irish Times, as well as then numerous tech providers. So again, I suppose if you look at the market here and take a step back, it's extremely fragmented. And initially, this was a barrier of entry to brands and to advertisers from an advertising point of view. So to get a campaign with reach and scale, a brand or an advertiser would have to go to 6 or 7 of the different radio providers, music providers, or aggregators. This created 6 or 7 different sets of tags, IOs, email threads, invoices, and ultimately headaches. So that's really why we created Audio XI. It was to give brands and agencies access to a huge number of publishers via a single point of access. So now by coming to one place in Audio XI in Ireland, a brand can run across the digital listening of 22 different radio stations, 35 music streams, and over 1,100 podcast series. So what I'm getting to within this is consolidation is key to a healthy digital audio market in most countries. And we also collaborate with numerous publishers and the IAB in Ireland on yearly research that's specific to digital audio in the market, as well as some other initiatives. So I just wanted to touch on a few pieces of this. What's important is the research is conducted specifically to the Irish market. It's called Listen Up Ireland, and it was really key for us to have some Irish data that agencies and advertisers can refer to, as well as then obviously comparing and contrasting to international research. But if we look here, we've got 71% of people listening to digital audio in some way, shape, or form in Ireland. It's up 200,000 people based on 2019. And it's a similar trend we'd see globally. So 75% of the US access some form of digital audio every month. And also consumption is super high as people are very engaged. So the average person is consuming 16.6 hours per week. And when we combine all the elements of radio, the average person consumes 7.2 hours. Music streaming is 7.1 hours and podcasting is 2.4 hours. So I suppose the thing about this is it also shows no sign of stopping. So if we look, 44% of people said they listened to more online radio or music than a year ago. 51% are listening to more podcasts than a year ago. But what's important here is 1 in 4 people are expecting to increase their listenership over the next 12 months. So I think it's safe to say audio consumption is here to stay. And this is a little bit on smart speakers that we got in our research as well. And you'll hear a lot, I'm sure, around this today and the rise of smart speakers. And in Ireland, over 1 million people now have access to a smart speaker, with a further 15% planning to buy one. So we're sure to see this increase as we come into a busy gifting season. But as an audio exchange in Audio XI, it's interesting. We see around 18% of our overall digital audio inventory from our publishers coming through this smart speaker medium. So in Ireland, people are spending a lot of time with these and they've large dwell times as well. And look, smart speaker sales are expected to overtake the sales of tablets by 2021, and they will grow. But as was mentioned earlier, like when people hear voice, they automatically think smart speakers. But there's so much more to voice tech, as you'll be taken through later, and as you probably already know. So whether you're actively using a smart speaker or not, we're all already powered by voice AI in many aspects of what we do. So many of us are using your basic smart speaker functions as consumers, but also as businesses, we're exploring new ways to use this technology. But as I said, smart speakers are only a small part of the equation. They're hardware devices and one method of interaction. And I think we'll see this change pretty fast. And it's probably underlined mostly by the role of earbuds. And they really have become an extension of our smartphone. It's hands-free access that can easily tap into a voice assistant. So if you want to look at them or think of them maybe as your portable smart speaker. So we're moving towards assistants now, fighting for our time as well. And I think it was really interesting. Bose released a set of headphones around 12 months ago that actually came with 3 major voice assistants built into it in Google, Alexa, and Siri. So again, these voice assistants fighting for our time. And I suppose, as we were saying, people think smart speakers, but as we said, this is the hardware, and digital assistants will now just be built into a wide range of devices, and they are already. So even if you think you don't use voice tech, you probably do. And it's predicted that there'll be 8 billion digital voice assistants in use by 2023. So that's triple the 2.5 billion that was in use at the end of 2019. And that's from Juniper Research. But I suppose when we talk about the growth of digital assistants, we're talking beyond the smart speaker. So voice gives us a really easy and natural way to do things that are already part of our daily routines. And all the major tech companies have sat up and invested heavily and really took interest in the medium. So here we've got our Googles, our Apples, our Amazons, our Microsofts, and our Facebooks, who all now have their own digital assistants, as well as many more. And I suppose if we remember and think back to the mobile first movement that happened overnight, it left thousands of brands' websites and advertisers' websites and publishers' websites behind. Now in Ireland, I must admit, it probably took us a little bit longer than overnight to get there. It felt like we had 4 years of the year of mobile from an advertising point of view. But look, what happened was all the users and all consumers wanted to see your brand or your content on a smaller screen, and it forced us to resize, and we all did. And now the same thing is happening with voice, but faster. It's reached critical mass. It's got 95% speech recognition accuracy now. But I suppose that microphone button appeared and we started talking to our devices, and tech companies took notice. And what's interesting now is we're no longer just giving commands. We're having these two-way voice conversations with our digital assistants, and they're learning all the time. You've probably noticed yourself the types of responses you're getting from Google, Alexa, or Siri have changed. Their personality is developing to sound more human. I think you can actually get Samuel L. Jackson to voice your Alexa, if you like, for a small fee. And the way we're searching now has changed as well, which we'll go into in more depth later on in the day. But one critical point to consider is that speech recognition. And you as a brand or as a publisher, you've probably spent years developing an online position, web content, a wider social media strategy, and now voice-enabled devices are turning search into a shopfront scan as well. And having a name and having a strategy is important if you want to make sure people actively ask for your brand and look and search for it. So we see a lot of companies now as well using traditional advertising to make their voice presence known to a wider cohort here in the Irish market. And technologically, it gets really interesting as well. And last year, we applauded chip manufacturers for the ability to voice enable any device for just $14 with this small circuit called the Rock chip. So literally, you can hook up anything with this. And 2020 isn't even over yet, and we're already looking at the next generation of voice technology, with chips so small that you can attach them to an earring, could be a button on my shirt. And what's amazing in these tiny things are the ability to recognize what you're saying without being connected to the internet. And I suppose with the privacy concerns raised by cloud-connected voice devices, as well as the sometimes, I suppose, inconvenience need for a network connection, it's inevitable that we'll start to see more offline devices. And with the voice assistants now potentially becoming soon available offline, think about the possibilities within that. And really, I wanted to just give an example here of some publishers who have been experimenting in the voice space for quite some time now. And I purposely used an old example here and left this up. So almost 3 years ago, the Financial Times were trialing taking their long-form written word editorials and narrating them into short-form audio files. This is actually through a fantastic Irish startup that's called NOA, or News Over Audio. So they also power the likes of the Washington Post, the Irish Times, the Harvard Business Review, the Telegraph, and it's a really nice voice user experience. You'll find it on the App Store, but you'll also find it on powering the likes of the Financial Times websites, the Irish Times, and others. So check that out and see how publishers are using it as well. And I suppose a good indicator of where I think the market is going is the BBC's announcement last year that it will launch its own voice assistant called Beeb, which is designed to recognize regional accents and dialogues. So what's important here, and I suppose to give you the insight, is the BBC are not trying to take on the smart speaker market, but they're trying to find a more effective way for their users to engage with BBC content. So voice AI is growing at a rapid pace, and the potential impact on the way we navigate the online world now is huge. And consumer behavior is changing, and brands need a voice and audio strategy for it. And I think it was mentioned in the last one, it's not to do it for the sake of doing it, it's thinking about it and having strategy and collaborating with people and helping you, I suppose, navigate that journey. But what we can agree is, I suppose, voice tech is all around us. Most devices now have a built-in voice assistant and more coming down the line. And it's changing the way we search for information. And the technology, I suppose, with the accessibility of new content has changed the way that we listen to audio also. And I think that's best demonstrated by the explosion in podcast listening over the last number of years. So that also means as businesses now, we need to consider having more audio content in places where previously you may have relied only on visual content. So on your websites, on your social media pages. And I'm going to play you a short piece of audio here just to set the scene. So this is from master podcaster Mark Maron. And I suppose for anyone who hasn't heard of Mark, he's an American comedian. He interviews actors, musicians, celebrities, and he's been doing it for 10 years now from his garage. And he's probably close to the top of the podcast game. So here's an audio clip from a few years ago. It's probably 5 now, as it was Barack, but I'm just going to play this out so you can have a listen.
All right, let's do this. How are you, folks? It's me, Mark Maron. This is WTF. I'm trying not to freak out. I feel a little hazy in the mind because the president of the United States is on the show today.
You know, if I thought to myself when I was in college that I'd be in a garage, a couple miles away from where I was living, doing an interview as president with a comedian, I think that's a pretty hard scenario to.
Couldn't imagine it.
It's not possible to imagine.
You know, I ran the country from my couch for a couple of years. There's a lot of people.
A lot of people do. Yeah, I hear from them all the time.
So as we've a finite window here, we won't get into the ins and outs of US politics and current presidents or future or past presidents. But look, in that incredible moment, the president of the United States appeared on a podcast that was recorded in someone's garage. And that happened. And the fact that Barack Obama chose to do it, I suppose, shows the power and importance of podcasts as a communication medium. And top podcasts like Mark's generate huge amounts of ad revenue, so sometimes up on like $100,000 per episode. And with that type of revenue for a single podcast, now the market is really getting interesting. And I suppose the podcast market is consolidating. And just to give you an idea of that, like global audio giant SiriusXM has bought Stitcher for $325 million this year after buying Pandora, which would be the podcast and music platform, for almost $3 billion over a year ago. Spotify have started to play their hand as well. Last year buying Gimlet Medium, they bought podcast creation app Anchor, podcast network Paracast. And this year, I suppose, they've brought a slightly different side to the game. They've acquired Bill Simmons' podcast network, The Ringer. And I suppose they really gained worldwide headlines in a deal that caught a lot of people's attention when they acquired the Joe Rogan Experience in a deal that's estimated at like $100 million. So, and actually in the last couple of days, I think only yesterday, it looks like Spotify has tied up its acquisition of podcast hosting company and ad insertion platform Megaphone as well for another $235 million. So I suppose more and more companies are seeing the commercial value of podcasts, and Spotify's move into it being a wider audio business and not a sole music business for me was very significant. So I suppose to summarize this segment, it's the battle lines are well and truly drawn in the world of podcasting. And I suppose it's 10 years ago since Mark's podcast series started, and to note it was around 10 years ago when iPads came along. And when iPads came along, I suppose we started to experiment with touch rather than type, and now we're experimenting with talking and voice. So 10 years on, podcasts are still rising in popularity. Only now, I suppose, the device side of it, the noises around smart speakers and voice assistants. And there's a new type of listener known as super listeners. So they're defined as those who listen to over 5 hours of podcasts per week. And you won't be surprised that many of them say they pay more attention to adverts on the medium. And it also, though, which is key, is it's affecting purchase consideration as well, with 70% having considered a new product or service that they've heard on a podcast. So as a brand, this is a perfect place for you to establish trust and instill loyalty. And it also offers an incredibly effective and targeted advertising environment. And I suppose there are now more options than ever available. And this is a really nice example I just wanted to take you through to show you the future of audio advertising as well. So this is a company called Instramatic. There are other companies who offer this technology. A lot of the major audio ad servers have either developed this technology out or are looking at developing it. And what it does is it gives us the ability to serve two-way voice ads, which means brands can now have a dialogue with their audience rather than a one-way monologue. So I'll just play you this piece of video.
Instramatic.ai is an AI-powered platform for voice-activated advertising. We enable voice interaction with ads. The idea is, if you hear one of our voice-activated ads on mobile platforms, then you can ask for more on that product, call company's representative, request a test drive, or just skip an ad. Let's do a demo.
Finally, it is summer and time to invite your friends over for a barbecue. I've got a great offer for a barbecue grill upgrade just for you. Let me know if you are interested.
I'm interested.
How about an expert grill tabletop for just $19? Go to your nearest Walmart located at 2100 88th Street, North Bergen to pick up one before they're gone. You're welcome.
The wow factor for advertisers is measurement and engagement. They know when someone is listening, and it's easy to track performance. This makes typical audio ads smart and interactive for the listener, and they evolve over time as we learn what is skipped and what is not.
So this means when a user hears an ad via a voice-enabled device, so a smartphone, a smart speaker, a smart TV, they can create an action by interacting with the ad. So they can skip the ad, they can find out more information, they can request a callback, and it gives the user a much better experience. But the brand also gains more data on what works, and then a huge amount of insight into user intent also. I suppose the key with this is this SDK needs to be implemented by publishers initially. So again, you're going to need that collaboration and that consolidation to allow you to have this inventory available in your market. And I suppose we just wanted to touch on the wider audio strategy piece and a little stat as you read the above. So Visa conducted a survey of its consumers and found that 81% preferred some form of sound or audible acknowledgement when making a payment. So that's exactly what MasterCard did. To illustrate how serious MasterCard were taking their sonic branding for their business, they've invested over $16 million in the creation of their audio identity, a music album, the marketing of said music. They actually released a branded single back in January at CES in Vegas. So MasterCard have since conducted its own research into how its sonic logo has been performing with GfK Global. And they claim that 77% of their customers believe that sound makes transactions and retail environments more trustworthy. So I suppose an audio strategy is no longer a nice to have for brands, it's a necessity. And that really, I suppose, plays into our voice strategy as well. And one question that I always to ask is, in a world where now there's no guarantee that your brand's logo will be seen, how does your brand sound? And do you know the answer to that question? And if not, I suppose it's a takeaway for you to think through. So some key takeaways just on my presentation is to consolidate and collaborate. So be that with publishers working with other publishers to gain reach and scale, industry bodies for research, or it could be brands with publishers from a tech perspective. Make sure we're adding value to the end user, make your content discoverable via voice or audio, make sure that it's a good UX and, put the time and effort into it that it deserves. Because as we can see in the earlier slides, people are spending a huge amount of time with this and it can really increase brand salience. Embrace podcasts. They're here to stay. It seems funny to say that, seeming as they've been around for 15 or 20 years. But look, whether it's advertising within them, sponsoring them, or even creating your own, look into it, spend the time with it, and embrace it. Drive creativity, which is hugely important for me. I could have spent an hour and a half just talking to you on creativity, from the power of audio, the power of voice, the power of sound, and everything else through it. But look, drive creativity in how your brand sounds, in your advertising, your delivery of the content. Be innovative, voice and audio is the perfect medium for it. And even think of your advertising within that digital audio space. it's no longer the need to just have one broadcast spot. We're doing campaigns in Ireland with Cadbury and with Bank of Ireland where we're actually creating thousands of digital audio ads, and they're served dynamically out to the users via dynamic creative optimization. So the possibilities are endless within this space for creativity. And lastly, I suppose voice adoption will continue to grow. We're nowhere near the top of that growth curve yet. There are huge forecasts out there around the percentage of internet searches that will be done by voice, the predicted digital voice assistants in use by 2023 that I would have given you, and lots more. So I suppose start to plan how it looks and what it means and sounds for your brand as well. So to summarize, voice is definitely here to stay because we can speak at around 150 words per minute, me probably slightly faster, but compared to typing about 40. So digital assistants and smart technology are taking things we already do and making them easier. And that's why I'm excited about the future of voice and conversational marketing. But as you're listening to the rest of the session today, I suppose consider how you can develop a successful strategy. If your customers are already searching for you via voice, what are they finding out there? You know, if you already have audio content, are you using it effectively? Or do you need to start developing more audio to give your consumers what they want? And finally, that piece around how does your brand sound? And does it match up, I suppose, with the hundreds and thousands of hours you've probably spent on visual and digital and social brand values and guidelines? So happy to take any questions, or feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn, or the above email address. Thank you very much for listening, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Rob, and please stay with us with the Q&A session with Lamberto. We have quite a few points. I really love the term sonic branding. I will use that. What really made me sit up is your analogy with the year of the mobile, because you're a young man, but I've spent about 10 or 15 years hearing in every conference, oh, next year is the year of mobile. Then we got numb. It's like the Aesopian myth or the fable with the shepherd and the wolf. And then we got tired of hearing it's the year of the mobile until one day it really bulldozed over us. And this happening with voice is a probability that we should certainly consider. The other thing I can say is that when I saw the image of the earbuds, you know, the AirPods, my wallet fainted. I have two teenagers, so my wallet fainted when I saw this. And I don't know if, and I really don't know, even though it's attractive, whether I want to start my day with a Samuel L. Jackson interaction at the smart speaker, starting with Ezekiel 25:17 every morning, the path of the righteous man. Anyway, but thank you both. These have been fantastic presentations. Let me start off with a general question. You guys touched upon the issue of brand identity, the sonic identity for brands, and how it may differ and not be identical to the, let's say, to the physical identity or the TV identity or what have you. And you also touched upon the importance of conversation architecture, designing and conversation. So these are both key success factors. Do we have the talent for this? Are there people in your markets, in the, Lamberto, you work very closely with IAB UK. Rob, you work with IAB Ireland, but you both have an international perspective. I have a feeling we have a talent gap there in terms of people that can really take this and move it forward in terms of sonic brand identity and conversation architecture. Where will this talent come from? I mean, is this the case to begin with, or where will this talent come from? Agencies, other third parties? I don't know who would like to go first on this. Lamberto?
Well, there is definitely a gap because it's a new technology and there are not many positions available at the moment. But for example, one of the people we were quoting today is Tom Hewittson, and he is a conversational architect. So during the conversation with him emerged that what they do, besides all the tech side and naturally the software engineering side of the development of this architecture, what they do is to write down scripts and then test them. Like they talk one to another to check if all the possible permutations, all the possible conversational branches are considered, and also how to simplify those. So it's a bit tricky, but I think that since it's a new technology which really taps into a basic ability that we all have, which is talking and conversating, we could find talent outside tech industries, outside just media industries. Because when it's about conversation, then it becomes almost part of an art. So people writing scripts, writers, journalists, actors have a very important role here, because they know how to balance, measure the way we talk, how to simplify it, and then it can naturally be of support to all the technicians and people with text expertise who are going to be then developing all that amount of knowledge into a software. So is this mix of neuroscientists as well, all people who know how to simplify and make it a conversation more accessible and clearer, can all be used by creating voice technology products.
I see. Plenty of A/B testing then. Rob.
Really, to add to that, to what Lamberto was saying there, there's probably two elements to it. One side is the tech and the innovation side of it, Constantine, and then the other side of it is the creative side of it. And traditionally, I think if we thought of the creative side of it, your traditional creative agencies probably went, it's not a TV ad, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, it'll go away. But now it's risen again, and creative agencies definitely want to input into that overall audio, voice and sound strategy. And there are, I suppose, voice specific agencies popping up. We would do a bit of work in the UK with voicework.ai, and again, they're a mixture of creatives, tech sides of it, and some fantastic people within there. But there will always be, I think, that knowledge gap at the start, but I think it is narrowing in. And there are more and more opportunities and, industry experts starting to form themselves. But it's really about, I suppose, not undermining the importance of audio and the importance of sound within it. And this isn't a new thing either, like Intel were doing their sonic logo and their brand identity, 35, 40, 50 years ago. Wheaties were the first jingle to ever start out there, I think back in 1932. MGM Grand with their lion roaring at the start of it. These are all sonic logos. And look what McDonald's did in 2003. They created with Justin Timberlake the ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And that became one of the world's first flexible logos. And they integrated that into other campaigns with Minions. They integrated it in across the Olympics. And this became a key brand touch point for them in that flexible sonic logo and identity. But back to that point, Constantine, you'll not stop me talking about the creative side of it if I go off. So.
No, this is why we've introduced that time. I'll tell you where my blood froze during your presentations when I heard, audio search optimization. So, we've spent decades trying to get SEO right and spent, millions of euros to optimize the performance. And now we need to do this anew, or do we? What are the synergies between audio search optimization and, the traditional search optimization? How critical is it? How do brands go about it, or how should they be going about it? Because apparently, especially with the explosion of audio content, audio search optimization is bound to be important. Lamberto, first comment.
Yeah, just to show clearly how important it is. Try to think about a web search. You go on Google, you type something like, I don't know, McDonald's, like you just mentioned, and then you probably see the first 3-5 websites, and then there are banners on the side. There is a lot of communication. All of this is not possible through voice. Otherwise, it's just going to be noise. you are going to receive one message after the other. The list of different websites are going to be one after the other, read or spoken by the voice assistant. So how many messages are we going to listen to before just going for the first one? Or there is already a lot of research on eye tracking, and there is a reason why Google is placing their ads in a specific area on the website. And there is a lot of research on how audiences and users spend their time and their attention visually. On audio, everything gets more difficult because we have limited capacity to get multiple audio signals at the same time. So as defining, being the top one, being the first one, or at least in the top 2 or 3 is going to be fundamental for brands.
Yes, this is why I said my blood froze, because speaking with a good friend who's a major publisher in the UK, he told me, you know, if you're not number 1, you're nowhere. And then I was thinking that this may lead to some remarkable inflation and some real financial pain if you want to be there. So I don't know, Rob, you know, you yourselves, given all this magnificent audio content you have as Ireland's top radio broadcaster, how do you see this playing out?
Yeah, look, like I think this is very new for everyone, and there's brands and publishers investing heavily in it, and it's different for a brand than it would be a publisher, just in terms of that discoverability, because the user intent is probably more there on a publisher basis, because someone is saying, hey, I can't say it because mine will turn on, but hey, voice assistant, play brand in X part of it. So there's high user intent there. But I think what needs to happen, and advice is just to understand the intention of your consumers for each query. So ensure like website speed is obviously high, that you've got Google featured snippets, long tail keywords and questions, that there's localized searches, and then from all that, understand the user intent behind it, because the SEO side of it can be very difficult, and it's about, I suppose, compiling your brand text content and then seeing what your competitor's doing, and then I suppose amalgamating your text content with your voice SEO and ensuring that it indexes for, I suppose, high quality audio content as well. So there'll be, I suppose, numerous ways and more learnings about this now as voice SEO becomes more important across the board.
Well, there's an interesting follow-up coming from our audience, and it has to do with language. So everything works great in English, but, you know, would Greek language be a barrier? Do you have, for instance, in Gaelic questions, or Lamberto in Italian in your native Italy? How much of a barrier, as things stand, is the language issue? Quick comment from both. Perhaps, Rob, you can go first now.
Yeah, I suppose I can only speak for the Irish market as such. We don't have an Irish voice assistant that I know of just yet, so I'd be surprised if someone can send me that. But look, I think speech recognition in English has definitely gotten better. We've got that figure of 95% there, but it can be an issue into other markets and other languages. But I think the point from the BBC creating their digital voice assistant in Beeb to try to recognize regional accents, I'd push it back on publishers within the different industries of how can they create the digital assistant for Greece, or for the Irish language, or for Italy, or for wherever like that. So publishers have a large role to play in terms of the innovation within the sector as well.
So the scope for innovation. Lamberto, a comment from you?
No, I totally agree. I think it's important to go back talking with linguists and people experts in pronunciation, because it's not just the languages, accents, and then pronunciation. So I'm speaking English, but I have a strong Italian accent. So I struggle every time I talk with any of my voice assistants, because sometimes they just don't get it. And they got better, and they are getting better. But even within Greece, for example, I'm pretty sure there are differences in the way you pronounce words depending on the region. So voice assistants have to be, this is where the complexity says, is that language is an extremely complex matter. It's even more complex than visual communication. So there are so many variables that need to be taken into account, but technology is evolving rapidly. So we can see already that 5 years ago, Alexa or OK Google were not able to understand me. Now they pick 95% of the things I say. There are still mistakes. So in the next 5 years, probably they will be much better, and they will be able also to understand different accents and different pronunciation elements.
I have a final question for the two of you, but feel free to. We're doing great for time, so feel free to be expansive in your reply. It has to do with the sort of services brands need. Are agencies ready to step forward and support them? When it came to digital marketing, for instance, when it first started 25 years ago, agencies were not fast off the block. Let's be frank. Brands were curious. Publishers were investing vast sums to create fancy websites. That's before the crash of 2000, of course. But the agencies, perhaps wisely, one might say, were the last off the block. They didn't pay such a heavy price when the market collapsed in 2000. Are they, and I'm asking Lamberto because in your research you have spoken with probably with agents as well, or brands may have told you your concerns. Rob, where you stand from, you may be getting requests from brands to step forward and offer services in terms of branded content, let's say, that agencies, do not deliver. So what's playing out there? Are there new companies, sprucing up and stepping in, covering the ground that normally you would expect an agency to cover? How do you expect the value chain to morph, the narrowly defined value chain of audio, that is? Perhaps, Rob, you want to go first?
Yeah, perfect. I think it comes back to the point, Constantine, all around collaboration. This shouldn't sit as the responsibility of one agency or into one, I suppose, sector. If you think of a brand's creative output, there needs to be a top-level strategy there, and voice needs to be discussed at that level, but the actual execution of it may fall further down the line. But it does need to build into a wider strategy. And while I agree maybe the traditional creative and media buying agencies mightn't be fully there yet in terms of the ability to provide these services, there are small and I suppose upstart voice agencies and voice tech companies starting that on a consultancy basis. So the opportunities and the knowledge base is definitely growing. And then also I think brands are working more closely with the people who can actually help them as well. So we would do a lot of what you would call white label branded content for brands here in Ireland. So I will go out and I will create a 10-part podcast series that is owned by a brand. It's labeled, it's imaged by that brand. It's distributed on their own media channels, their social channels, their content. It doesn't touch one of our consumer-facing broadcast brands, but we're the experts in the field. We know how to make podcasts. We know how to make them sound great. We know how to create and position content in a way. So just in that point in its own right, publishers and audio producers are more than willing to collaborate with brands when they interact with them. So we've done that for around, this year alone, we've probably created 9 different standalone white labeled podcast series for brands here in Ireland.
And do you couple that with media, or do you invoice totally separately? It's, the production work, and then if they want also to advertise on your traditional podcast, it's something different, or do you package that together?
We do a bit of both, Constantine. So we package it where we go, look, this is the cost for your production, and this is going to cost X. And then there's an option here for you to actually promote your content as well. So that could be cross-promoting it through our podcast networks. It could be running ads on international podcasts. It could be running display ads on some of our sites. And we can put together a robust promotion package around that. But then we also, we advise. So from our side of things, we do the production, then we do the distribution, and then we can also do the content discovery side of it as well. And the distribution part of it is hugely important when we look at white label podcast production as well, because there's no point in brands creating a beautiful sounding 10-part podcast series and then 15 people listening to it. So, you have to have it in the right places. You need centralized analytics, because again, a brand will start it and they'll put the audio file on Apple, they'll put the audio file on Google, they might put it on Pocket Cast and on Spotify, and then they have to try to amalgamate those 4 data points, deduplicate it for reach, and there's a whole myriad of issues that come out of it then. So working with the experts or a podcast publisher in your area really helps for those white label bits. And that's one very small part of voice and the wider advertising space.
You said the word deduplication, and I already have a headache. Lamberto, a final comment from you in terms of how you saw the UK market, very mature market, in terms of where do agencies stand or specialist providers jumping in. What is the overview?
Yeah, it all depends on what kind of strategy the brand has. Like if they are developing products and digital services, as like Rob just mentioned, naturally there is an agency. But then if they are developing brand partnerships or advertising, voice adverts, or if they are developing a voice app for Alexa, now they need to talk with different people. There are different agencies. It's not always, I'm not aware of any big company now just specializing in voicing, covering all of these areas altogether, because it's very complex. So at the moment, probably in the future, the industry will evolve when the market will also be a bit more stable and developed. But at the moment, yes, I would definitely recommend to focus on agencies developing mainly one product. So it can be digital services or adverts or voice apps, and then collaborate. And the collaboration, as Rob mentioned, is key here.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again, both, for your time. It's been delightful to have you with us. Thank you for your contribution and your insights, and we hope next time round, and I'll be saying that to the other international experts I'll be speaking to today, next time round, you'll be here with us and we'll be able to extend our hospitality in much more pleasant ways, one hopes. Thank you both and have a great day.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Και τώρα προχωράμε στο τελικό κομμάτι της πρώτης ενότητας του συνεδρίου. Όπως σας ανέφερα, το συνέδριο υποστηρίζεται από τους χορηγούς την AdWeb και την Vimoji. Και για να δώσουμε και μια εικόνα των καινοτομιών, γιατί υπάρχουν οι καινοτομίες οι οποίες γίνονται και στην ελληνική αγορά, θα καλωσορίσω και θα δώσω το λόγο στην κυρία Ελευθερία Μαμιδάκη, συνειδήτρια και COO της Vimoji. Καλημέρα, κυρία Μαμιδάκη. Ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας.
Καλημέρα σας. Γεια σας σε όλους. Σήμερα είμαι η Ελευθερία Μαμιδάκη, co-founder του Vimoji, και είμαι εδώ σήμερα για να σας εξηγήσω πώς τα brands μπορούν να ωφεληθούν από το Vimoji με το να μπουν μέσα στις προσωπικές συζητήσεις των χρηστών. Θα συνεχίσω στα αγγλικά για το κοινό το αγγλόφωνο, γιατί φαντάζομαι υπάρχει αγγλόφωνο κοινό. Hi, I'm Eleftheria Mamidaki. I'm the co-founder of Vimoji, and I'm here today to help you understand how can brands benefit from Vimoji and how can they become part of private online conversations. And what do we do? We help people express their emotions through video. The best way to understand what we do is if I show you a video. Hi.
Hey.
You like movies?
What if I want something more?
Για κάποιο λόγο αργεί λίγο το βίντεο. So, in short, we enable the world to express their mood, feelings, and thought through videos. For some reason, I don't see on the Hopin app it lags a little, so I'll wait a little more. So in short, we enable the world to express their mood, feelings, and thoughts through video. But there's a lag, so I'll wait for the slide to upload before I go on the next slide. But Vimoji is a platform. It's on iOS, Android. We have a website. We're embedded in the Viber keyboard. And we take the best movie scenes from music, TV, movies from the world of video. And we categorize it based on the mood they express. So we make a search engine for you. Nah, there's a lag, I know. We have reached over 40,000 video database, and we are the integration of YouTube and Giphy. Or you could say we are the Google of video clips. There's a small lag between what is shown on the Hopin and what I'm showing you. That's why I'm going a little slowly. So the content is curated, user-generated, and brand-generated. What that means is that anybody can upload a video. You can upload a video, a brand can upload a video, we curate it, and we curate the content and we make sure it's good. There's a big lag. I don't know, that's a technical issue. Maybe there is a lag, so I'll have to adapt. Okay, I think the best, okay, this is the Viber use of emoji. We are very easily accessible. I'm waiting for the picture to show, because there's a big lag. Maybe it's too heavy, my presentation is too heavy, and I don't know why it's lagging so much. Okay, so we are embedded in Viber. If you go into any of your conversations in Viber, maybe you should try it now. You can find go into one of your friends, and there's a button on the middle bottom. It's called GIF Plus. If you press it, you will see the apps of the connected apps with Viber, and you can find the strawberry. Click it and find the emojis, choose the one you like and share it. You can try this now. I give you a moment. So it's very easy. You go in Viber, you choose a contact, you press the GIF Plus button and find the strawberry, and this is where we are. We also have an iMessage app. What that means that if you download Vimoji, then you already have a iMessage app in your messages, and you can find it here. It's the strawberry. So Vimoji is also in your messenger. We are also embedded in a Flexi keyboard. It's a keyboard for the Android, and if you have an Android, you can download the Flexi keyboard. It's a great keyboard, and we are embedded there, and you can have us in your keyboard everywhere in your conversations. But how it works? I'm waiting for the slide to, okay. Basically, you download our app, you get in the trending page, you watch videos. The videos are from anywhere. You can search anything. You can search, I love you, thank you, I miss you, happy birthday, good morning, good night, have a nice day. Anything you can think of, you can search. You can preview the videos. You can choose which one you want, and then you can share it with Messenger, with WhatsApp, with any way. You can download the video and make a story. You can do anything you want. But what can we do for brands? Vimoji enables companies to connect their brands with feelings and become part of private online conversations. What that means is between all those Vimojis, you can find branded Vimojis, but you cannot really tell because we call this stealth advertising. It's what you used to call subliminal advertising, or we call subliminal advertising. And the best way to show you how this works is by showing some branded videos. I've already pushed the button. I see my branded video, but it's not uploaded yet on Hopin. So I'll wait a second. For example, the video I'm going to show you, somebody can send it for to express good morning. But it could be any brand, any coffee brand. And here in the middle, you can see the brand. I'm having a technical issue because the video plays on my computer. It doesn't play on Hopin, so I don't know how to deal with that. It's lagging. So I don't know what to do. I'll wait for you to listen to the video. Okay, it works now. It's good I have a second screen and I'm seeing what you're seeing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. So this video could be a branded video for any coffee brand. Next, I have a video that a guy could send and share if they say, I'll be right there, to their girlfriends. I'm sure it's going to be a guy. I'm waiting for the video to play. I guess I'm not going to show all the videos because it's lagging too much. I know. Yeah. So this is the video. The next one could be a branded content from a drink, a vodka company. I'm telling you, all the brands have tons of content out there. They have it on YouTube. They have it on everywhere. Oh, okay, the video plays now, I guess. So this could be a branded video. I'm going to show a couple of more, so because I had many, but I don't think we can do that. For our Greek audience, there is a video, for example, that you say to your friend, excellent, evge, we say it in Greek. I've already pressed the button, I'm waiting. So the campaigns we've done so far, we see that users share the Vimojis. Okay, it's playing. I'm going to go through them quickly because videos don't play, sorry. So how can a brand start a campaign, and how can a brand go into Vimoji and become part of Vimoji? You can open a channel on Facebook, on Instagram, Snapchat. The same thing is for Vimoji. You can open a channel on Vimoji. And I'm waiting. Okay, the slide is on. So any brand can open a channel on Vimoji. It's free. You can do it through our website. You can do it through our app, but it's better to do it through our website. And if you're, for example, a coffee brand, you can upload your branded Vimojis, like GIFs. You know how it works. And add the feelings and hashtags during the process. For example, it's very creative because you add what feeling your Vimoji expresses and what keyboard would be the ones that you would want users to find it with, and how it would be shared, etc. So it's a nice process. But if you, okay, now you have your channel. Anybody can see your Vimojis, your branded Vimojis, if they get into the website and if they know your channel. But in order for the Vimojis to be on the top, there needs to be a campaign. So in case you want to do a campaign and your Vimojis to be the first ones when you press the search term Kalimera, good morning, coffee, let's go for coffee, πάμε για καφεδάκι, φραπεδάκι. If you want to buy this keyword, then when somebody will search Kalimera, the first videos they will see are your branded videos. Also, depending on the time of the day, we make sure the branded emojis during a campaign come first. The first two videos are branded videos. So for example, coffee would be in the morning and in the afternoon. Love videos would be in the evening. Good night videos would be at night. And the brands have to know what feelings their brand want to express. For example, Coca-Cola and Lacta would like to express love, so they would buy the I love you keyword, and they would do a campaign to connect the brand with good feelings. And that's what we do here. We connect the brands with good feelings. The next slide, which is good. Okay, so the brands have the right to do, the brands can do live monitoring of their campaign, which means that they're online, they can see online live how the videos are doing. They can see the impressions, the views and the shares of their videos. We have a very good click-through rate. We guarantee a 5% click-through rate, which means that if a person sees the video, then 5% sees the impression, 5% of the people will watch the video. And so far we have a 16% click-through rate on branded videos, which means that they indeed go in private conversations. We even have a frequency cap, which means that the brand can say, I want each user to see this video once every campaign, once every week, 3 times a week, whatever the brand wants. And who we are. We are Greeks, είμαστε Έλληνες. We're very proud to have done Vimoji. We have 1.2 million users so far, 2.9 million plays per month, 900,000 video shares per month. And we've had so far a 6.5% month-over-month growth rate in 12 months. We have 200,000 monthly active users during the peak times. And the best thing is that 5 out of 10 users come back every week, which means we have very good retention, users love us, and they share Vimojis constantly. So Vimoji is the place where brands and content connect through feelings. So the next slide is going to show you that brands, we are the marketplace. We could call us a marketplace where brands, contexts, and feelings, here it is, come together. And if the brands want to become love brands, if they want to connect the brands with feelings, which is something I think many brands want to do, Vimoji is the place to do it. So if you have thought of what emotions does your brand stir up, evoke these emotions now with shareable Vimojis. Let people express themselves through your brand and build valuable connections with your audience. This is what the slide was supposed to say. Okay. So I'm going to summarize. Vimoji is the place where brands can can connect their brand with feelings. They can come into private conversation. They can be part in private conversations. Users, they can do branded Vimojis that can be viral. This is not very common, and we're here to help you do that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Mamidakis.
I'm waiting for the last slide to
No, that's fine. Our user experience was fine, and most of us have the homeschooling issue, so we're used to being challenged by our connections. But thank you again for your presentation.
It's a very heavy presentation,
well,
so maybe that's it. And what I want to say,
please go ahead.
We have a gift for the first 5 brands that will connect to us with us from our booth. We give 25,000 impressions for free and for a campaign.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see that. First of all, congratulations on your endeavor. And it's great to see that There are tools also here in the Greek market that brands can use to engage with users in a conversational environment. Thank you again for your support, and we look forward to seeing you at the virtual networking break that will start now. I should also say that there are polls that the organizers have been posting to gauge the opinion of participants of several issues that concern conversational marketing. Thank you, Anu. Time for a break. We'll be back at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Loving you is easy. All I want is you. Loving you is easy. All I want is you. Loving you is easy, and I like it forever. Loving you is easy, and I like it Loving you is easy, and I like it forever. Loving you is easy, and I like it Loving you is easy, and I like it forever. Loving you is easy, and I like it forever. Loving you is easy. All I like is loving you is easy. All I want is you.
Καλώς ήρθατε και πάλι. Ελπίζω να βρήκατε το διάλειμμα όντως ξεκούραστο και ενδιαφέρον για όσοι επισκεφτήκατε τη Virtual Expo και πόσο μάλλον το Virtual Booth της Vimoji, η οποία, όπως σας είπε και η κυρία Μαμιδάκη, για τα 5 πρώτα brands, οι agencies που θα επικοινωνήσουν μαζί της, κάνει δώρο μια καμπάνια 25.000 impressions, αυτό το νέο ψηφιακό εργαλείο προώθησης που επιτρέπει στα brands να συνδεθούν με συναισθήματα μέσα από τη δημιουργία έξυπνου περιεχομένου και να συμπεριλαμβάνονται με ουσιαστικό και έξυπνο τρόπο συνομιλίες των χρηστών. Και τώρα μπαίνουμε στο δεύτερο μισό του συνεδρίου, στη δεύτερη συνεδρία που, όπως σας σημείωσα στην αρχή, περιλαμβάνει παρουσιάσεις από εξειδικευμένα agencies του διεθνή χώρου, όχι μόνο από τις πλέον όριμες αγορές, αλλά και από συγγενικές μας, όπως η Ισπανία ή η Ιταλία, που επικεντρώνονται τόσο στο voice όσο και στο messaging, στα chatbots και ούτω καθεξής, και θα παρέχουν και καθοδήγηση στο κομμάτι των best practices, αλλά και συγκεκριμένα παραδείγματα σε case studies όπου πρακτικές conversational marketing έχουν υλοποιηθεί. Σας θυμίζω για τις ερωτήσεις σας μπορείτε να χρησιμοποιείτε το chat box ώστε να τις αναδείξω στις συνομιλίες μετά στις συζητήσεις με τους παρουσιαστές, ενώ υπάρχουν πάντα polls τα οποία μπορείτε να απαντήσετε για να δώσετε τη γνώμη σας σε διαφορετικά θέματα. So, as I was saying, time is now to look into international best practices and case studies from the area of conversational marketing. And as I noted in the beginning, there are a few, not that many, but a few really successful agencies in the field in the European market. And one of those is certainly Say Now. And we are delighted to have with us as the first speaker of the second session, Charles Cadbury, the CEO of Say It Now, who will take us through his insights and vision and practices on conversational marketing. Charlie, good morning. It's 2 hours earlier in the UK. Good morning.
Good afternoon. I'm very, very happy to be here.
Thank you for being with us. The screen is yours.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit this morning about what we've been up to in the world of natural language processing. But to take a step back, what does Say It Now? How do we describe ourselves? So Say It Now is foremost a technology business, and we work exclusively in the world of natural language processing, natural language understanding. So I've been working in the field of technology my whole career. I sold my first website in '99. Set up my first software business in 2004, always working with forward-thinking channels, so new and emerging channels. So 2005, we were building websites. 2009, we were building mobile applications, and I built that team up to a 45-person team. We delivered about 300 products. And for about 2015, I have been working with voice. We did our first proof of concept to prove that we could book an airline ticket just using an Alexa. Then worked with Marriott to deliver the first in-room concierge into the hospitality industry. And then with Say It Now, we've been working very closely with Alexa. And in fact, last year we were the UK and European winners of Amazon's Alexa Cup. They were specifically looking for kind of examples of best practice, how we could really kind of push the platform forward. And so where do we operate? So we operate very specifically in the world of automated back and forward conversations between chatbots in a text environment. And in the world of voice, we use smart speakers, but the underlying technology and the principles are relatively similar between the two. We just look for different use cases. And so today, I'm going to talk to you through 3 specific case studies. So firstly, we're going to talk through some work we've been doing with Diageo on Alexa around some brand experience. Secondly, I want to talk to you about our kind of main area of growth, and this is all around voice commerce. And the reason this is so important today is that there was a report out by Juniper Research last week that says that voice commerce is going to grow from $22 billion this year to $164 billion over the next 5 years. Huge growth in voice commerce, people shopping just using simple audio commands. And then I'm going to close out by talking about how we can use our expertise specifically to give back to the world. What good can we do using this technology? But before I begin, I want to kind of set the scene. You know, where are we with the technology today? So we saw that Siri launched in about 2011, and I think people's first examples or first interaction with Siri wasn't so good. It was particularly because it launched a little bit too early in my mind, and so around here you need to have 80% understanding by the machines in order to deliver a really compelling back and forward conversation. And that's exactly where Jeff Bezos launched Alexa in 2014. They had about 85% accuracy with the machine learning at that point and natural language processing. And then from 2017 onwards, the computers can understand how we're talking, and they can have a better level of understanding than us humans. And if you want to see the current state of text-to-speech, natural language understanding, I can show you right now. You can do this at home. You can go to a Google document, you can press Tools, go to Voice Typing, and by clicking this document here, you see exactly the way that Google transcribes what you're saying into text. It does it two ways. First of all, it makes its best guess and pushes what words you're saying onto the screen. And then it goes back and uses an understanding of the context to make a better guess of the entire paragraph. It's really quite impressive today. So you can try that at home. And why is it important that these companies are pushing this forward? They are very good. We know these guys. We know Amazon, we know Apple, and we know Google are incredibly good at dictating our behavior and pushing us in the direction that they want us to go. The best example I've seen of this, they want us to talk to our IoT, our devices at home. They want us to talk to our home. They want us to talk to our cars. They want us to talk to our phones. And they are pushing us in this direction because they know that if you can talk and trust your assistants to get your tasks done every day, they are in control of your environment and they can push you to buy goods and services that they want you to. The best example of how they're nudging us all forward was last year when Google released their new Pixel phone. They also released a charging device. It was a wireless charger, simple plastic wireless charger, but it allowed you to put your phone upright. And by doing this, it exposed the assistant call to action on the front. So people would start to talk to their phone in the same way they talk to smart speakers, thus pushing that kind of behavior for you to start to use your voice assistant on your day-to-day travels. And they're doing it very, very well. So there's been huge increases in the number of smart speakers in people's homes. Here in the UK, we've now got 34% of adults have access to a smart speaker within their home. Most people are using this as part of their daily routine. And as I said earlier, it's predicted to be $164 billion worth of transactions by 2025. So let's have a look at a case study. So we were called by Diageo in November 2018, and they wanted to understand how they might be able to use these smart speakers to build some brand ambassadors and to really kind of deepen their engagement. We looked to create a tasting experience. So we wanted to guide people on an experience to show them what it might be like to be with an expert when tasting their drink. Let me just take you through a quick video right now to show you what this looked like. So you can see that it's actually transporting you to the Isle of Skye. We used the wife of the chief distiller for the voices there, and we then activated this campaign in several different ways. So firstly, that Christmas 18, we on a kind of guerrilla mechanic, we put these stickers on 1,000 boxes of whiskey, so that when people were buying the whiskey, they knew that they could try this experience when they got home. And that was a relatively good signal test. We got an amazingly good reaction on social, in the trade press, and that inspires Diageo to come back to us. And we added some more conversational turns, some more kind of back and forward into the experience, and to launch again in July 2019. And so in 2019, what we were looking to test is that if we add a sticker to a physical product, will it act as a point of difference in the supermarkets and allow people to choose this whiskey above the competition? So the way to test this is that we did a partnership with Asda, which is a major supermarket here in the UK. And they heroed this tasting experience, this Alexa-led tasting experience on their website. And we did year-on-year testing to see whether by putting these stickers onto the box of whiskey, they sold more whiskey than the year before. And that proved out. We're still using with Diageo. We're still working with Diageo. And we got some exceptional results. So we saw that we were able to get an average dwell time within this back and forward conversational voice-led experience of 7.5 minutes spent with the brand. We could then get some insight. So we could see whether people were more interested in going through the tasting experience, understanding how to drink the drink, or go and understand more about the brand heritage. And people were spending 60% of their time with the tasting experience. We could then, we were working with 3 different whiskies within this tasting experience. We could see which whiskey was more popular. It was the 10-year-old, which was more popular over the other 2. And then we could see what time of day people were engaging with this experience. And so all in all, it was a remarkably good test. And then let's talk about COVID. The world's been locked down a little bit this year, and what's that mean? What's happened? So it's changed behavior. So more people at home, more people experimenting with their smart speakers, deepening their relationship. Amazon themselves said that COVID has sparked a huge increase in the use of voice at home. And interestingly, in kind of 18 to 34-year-olds demographic, they are using these voice devices, these smart speakers, 50% more than before to get trusted information about what's going on in the world, really deepening the relationship, which there's some very big report coming out beginning of December we'll be commenting on, which is talking all about exactly how kind of audio habits have changed this year. And we saw that there was an opportunity to really kind of double down on our expertise and experience within this world and these changing consumer habits. So our friends at DAX were showing an 11% increase in listening to streaming audio, and we know that the main thing that people do on smart speakers is streaming audio. And we wanted to see how we might be able to create, really a new type of campaign, a new type of way to use these voice assistants. And so this is what we wanted to test. This is my second case study, which leads to transactions. So we wanted to test to see whether we can work with charities, which we use as our kind of our launch project. We wanted to see whether by using highly targeted audio ads, so this is a standard 30 or 40-second radio ad, we are now able to target people who are listening to the radio specifically on their smart speakers, and then use those audio ads to have a call to action, which is to then engage with the voice assistant, and in this example, to then make a donation to a charity. So we had a few lucky breaks, I think, this summer. So we put some funding in. So Innovate UK is the UK's innovation agency, and they were specifically looking to fund projects which were going to make a difference to economic challenges caused by COVID. So we were awarded some funding in June this year to work on this project to test this campaign mechanic of radio ads leading to transactions on smart speakers. We then approached Global, and Global is Europe's biggest radio company. So they have over 300 radio stations, and we did a media partnership with them. They gave us 16 million audio impressions, advertising impressions, specifically on people listening to radio on smart speakers. And then we signed up. I think 5 different charities to then work with. So we're running 5 campaigns between September and December this year. And this is the customer journey. I'd like to walk you through this right now. We'll do kind of a live tech demo, which is always kind of fun. So imagine you are at home. In fact, you might not have to imagine, you might be at home. But imagine that you're listening to the radio on your smart speaker. You hear a radio advertisement that sounds like this. And so I've heard this radio ads, I'm at home, I'm thinking, I'm inspired. I can just talk back to my smart speaker and say, Alexa, open NSPCC.
Welcome to the NSPCC, the UK's leading children's charity, working to protect children today and prevent abuse from happening tomorrow. Would you like to donate, find out more about NSPCC, or learn about the pants rule?
Donate £2.
I heard £2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Amazon Pay will be used for your payment. £2 will be paid using Amazon Pay. Thank you. Your donation is complete. You're helping NSPCC protect children.
So that payment has just gone through to this charity, and you can see the flow is relatively frictionless. What we're really able to do is to create these adverts that then have the call to action, then the delivery, the campaign is then delivered within the assistant. The assistant then completes the transaction. We can then see the overall ROI of the campaign. So for the first time in the world of audio advertising, we can deliver end-to-end campaign attribution. We can see exactly the number of impressions that have been delivered, and how many of those impressions, these audio impressions, then map over to users then engaging in a back and forward conversation with their voice assistant. And then we can see how these conversations then correlates to actual transactions, so people parting with their cash. So as I say, these campaigns are running between September and December this year, and we've used this as a springboard to launch our more commercial proposition. So there's kind of 3 different ways that we are running campaigns right now. So we're either doing transactional campaigns like you've just seen, but leading towards the purchase of a physical product, so we can sell anything that's already listed on Amazon, or if the brand has an Amazon Pay merchant account within their own e-commerce flow, or we can do a respond now. So this is a lead generation campaign, so we can do everything from booking a test drive, requesting a brochure, or we can be very highly targeted with our creative. We can say, we know you are listening on a smart speaker. You are exactly the kind of customer we want. So we are willing to give you a 30% discount. You want to get your coupon, just ask your device to open brand coupons now. Or we can deliver really lovely, as you saw with the Diageo example, really nice, deeply engaging brand experience. And all of this is underpinned with our reporting, our data suite, so we can monitor and measure these campaigns. Which brings, as we're kind of running out of time, so I'm going to want to talk about how we then use all of our understanding for the greater good. So, as I said at the top, our understanding is within voice and moreover natural language processing, natural language understanding. And we were approached by Safe Hands, which is a charity here in the UK, and they work with an NGO in Uganda called Reproductive Health Uganda. And they work within the world of sexual and reproductive health rights. And they came to us with a challenge. They said, look, in Uganda, their main role is to pass basic information to hard to reach groups. And the hard to reach group that they're trying to approach, is 14 to 24-year-old women, and to give them very, very basic information about their sexual and reproductive health rights. And they had a question. They said, look, maybe a good way to reach these people is through Facebook Messenger. And so we did some research and worked alongside them, and found that that this group, 95% of this group had access to Facebook Messenger. And so the core mission of reproductive health Uganda is to champion, provide, and enable universal access to rights-based sexual reproductive health rights, information, and services to vulnerable and underserved communities, especially young people. And so we then went over to Uganda in October last year, and this is what we did. So it was really, in fact, they were the best customer we've ever had. We had a really, really good, if you want to run a good workshop, go and take people to Fort Portal, take away their internet and sit them in a room for 2 days. That was, it was a really, really engaging session. We have been piloting this. We've been piloting this year. We've got beta trials going on. We've got some really good results coming back, which we think we're going to be able to kind of lift and shift to other territories where they're trying to achieve the same kind of goals. We've got 66% of our users are returning to the chatbot after one use, and less than 5% opt out. So, you know, when you bring people into this chatbot environment, they're there for good, and you can then kind of retarget and message them, which is really powerful learning. And so I just want to kind of bring this all together. What's over our experience, you know, do we want to kind of point at and show what you do want to do and what you don't want to do? What you do want to do is you want to start really simple. So, you know, you want to start with a well articulated test, so that you're not trying to kind of bite off more than you can chew, and it then allows you to create an excellent first impression, because as if you've probably had experiences with voice experiences or chatbots which don't do the job. You just don't go back. If you can make an excellent first impression, people will come back, and that's really, really useful. As with all kind of campaigns, you want to drive targeted traffic, so find out where your audience are, engage them in the right way. There's some really interesting new ways that Amazon have just brought out some clickable links, so you can use kind of clickable inventory to drive the voice experiences. It's really exciting. And so what you don't want to do, you know, don't try and do too much on day one. If you try to do too much without having got that validated learning, that you will fail. Especially in the world of voice, it's very dangerous to do nothing. So think of the world of voice search. You need to have something and some kind of growing understanding about these voice assistance environments. If you don't put your brand and your messaging out there, it creates a vacuum, and your competition will. And finally, you know, we are humans, and one of our kind of traits as human beings is we just like to be heard. Now, most marketing and communication is very, very one way currently, and we're very good at getting more and more targeted audiences and shouting louder and louder. But what we can see with these chatbots or these voice experiences, it's two-way. You suddenly get your audience talking back to you, and they suddenly feel heard, and it's very, very powerful. And how do we think about all this? So it's important to contextualize and not think that voice or chatbots are going to be going to kill everything that's come before. So the way that we look at this is in 2000, when the web came along, e-commerce was very successful because for certain instances, it was more frictionless to go to a laptop or a website than to go to a bricks and mortar store. Then when mobile came and the rise of mobile commerce, it didn't kill e-commerce, but there were certain circumstances, certain instances where it was more frictionless to go to your mobile than to go to a website or to go to your kind of laptop or go to a bricks and mortar store. And this is what we see with voice and chatbots. For certain circumstances, it's more frictionless to use your voice to complete a campaign goal than to go to a screen-based device. So that's how we kind of think about this kind of context, and there's a huge amount of opportunity out there. Now we share an awful lot of our insights, and one way we do that is through engaging a WhatsApp group. If you'd like to join that, please point your camera towards the QR codes. Otherwise, I've very much enjoyed this session, and I'd like to know if you have any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Charlie. There was a bit of a connectivity problem with some of the videos, but the images were there, so we got the picture. Plenty of points you raised, more than merit further discussion. So I will ask you to stay with us so that you join Bea, our next speaker, for a Q&A at the end of our presentation. So thank you, stay with us, and on to our next speaker, Bea Dobrinska, the senior manager from CELI, the H-Farm group, who will speak to us, as I was saying earlier, the markets that are close to Greece, Mediterranean markets, about the state of conversational assistance in Italy and what companies do and what they should do. So, Bea, buongiorno, grazie mille di essere con noi, and the screen is yours. We're all ears. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. It is really a pleasure to be here and being invited for this for this session. I am Bea Dobrzyńska from CELI. It's H-Farm, a group, a company from Italy. And in fact, what I would like to share with you today is the state of the art and the maturity of conversational assistance in Italy, based on the research. I believe I have to switch to my presentation. I hope this is better. So this research is actually the representation of the state of the conversational assistance in Italy is based on a research we conducted last summer, June, September, and we published it in October. So really a few weeks ago. It's very fresh, and it's probably one of very rare, if not the only one, of such studies representations of the of this industry in Italy. But first of all, I would like to set some common grounds and explain what we mean by a conversational assistant. So, and why they make sense for marketing. So, conversational assistants are very complex, can be very complex program, able to interpret human language in text and voice, and through dialogue with user provide answers, solve problem, or perform some tasks. So all this can be called also conversational AI, since we are not talking about talking or chatting only, but about systems that do things. In fact, conversational assistants actually changed the view and the mission, the new mission of Q&A, which is not question and answer anymore, but it's question and action. So this is exactly what we expect from conversation right now. It's more about action than only about answer. But this is the expectation level. Let's see. Then we will see what it looks like currently. But what in the conversation in general, I believe speech and voice have like additional impact on the conversation. It's really important. It's really powerful. Since like animating the artificial creatures, objects, it has been a dream for mankind for millennia, and voice actually has the power of like humanizing technology, but with no exaggerated expectation. So voice is the aspect of technology that is less than human, but more than machine. So it's just right for doing interaction with technology. So what's the state in Italy today in 2020, November 2020? To answer this question, we analyzed 322 brands, different brands across 13 different industries, and we discovered within all this pool of companies, 82 chatbots and voice bots, and 56 voice apps. So by voice apps, we mean the applications for smart speakers. So all these 138 conversational assistants were analyzed by expert users in order to define and determine the level of maturity and the performance of the systems in Italy. So we identified actually the best practices, the best players. But I will share some very like also quantitative data about that. Well, the very first difficult aspect was to find out what actually do we measure, since there are no like standards for measuring chatbots and voice apps on the market. But I will explain all this KPIs while I actually walk you through the data that we collected. So first of all, what are the industries that propose most of the chatbots and voice apps for their public? Actually, that was very surprising for us. We didn't expect this. We didn't expect this result. Most chatbots that we found is within the public services and public administration, and the second sector that has the major number of chatbots are banks and financial services. And it is completely different when it comes to voice apps. The sector that has major number of voice apps are media, which sounds very natural and sounds very straightforward. Since for media, smart speakers actually became like a new or another channel for exploiting their multimedia content. So they already had the multimedia content. Well, the biggest surprise is the utility sector. They are the last one in proposing chatbots, but like the second one in proposing voice apps. So as if they actually jumped into another era, another times. They left away the chatbots that they didn't do, and they actually, most of the utility companies in Italy, they have their own voice app for their public. Characterization. Characterization is one of the KPI when we put into benchmarking different chatbots. Now we are talking about chatbots and voice bots only. I will get back to voice apps later on. So most of chatbots, like almost 60%, are of indefinite gender, and they communicate through neutral and informal language. I could also say that 86% of chatbots have their proper name, and some 87% have also their visual identity. But these are just numbers. It doesn't mean that all the 86% with the name and the visual identity are perfect or beautiful. These are just measures. There are some that are very nice, some other that have their visual identity, but you don't actually understand what it's supposed to be, or what it's supposed to do. Another measure that we considered is the transparency, and this is very surprising that still almost 30% of the chatbot does not declare explicitly to be an automated solution. Transparency is a very important aspect for gaining consumer trust. So I think it's one of the things that companies should consider again. This is also about the transparency of what we do with your data, not only also I am automated solution, you should know it, and this is what we do with your data. Most of the chatbots available on Italian market, provided by Italian companies, are open to generic public. You don't need to authenticate to log in and use the chatbot. Almost 65% of them are also easily discoverable, which is fine. But the strange thing is that there is still 18% of chatbots that are very hard to find. You really have to do an effort to find the chatbot. We wonder why is this? Why the companies provide it at all if they are very hard to find. By measuring the cooperation, actually, we try to measure the extent to which the chatbots are linked, are integrated with other enterprise processes. And here we looked at two aspects, like how many of them are actually connected with human operators. And we can say that almost 70% work independently from any human operation, and only like 35% of the chatbot collect any feedback from the user, from the customer. So these two actually are for us weak signals that the conversational assistants in Italy are not integrated with other enterprise processes. They are like standalone solution for providing some general information. And in fact, this is confirmed also by the field of application. Most of the chatbots that we analyzed, almost 75% of them, applies to the awareness phase of the customer life cycle. So it means they provide general information. It is linked also with they are open to general public. And they are used, some of them, for brand engagement, price quotation, very generic information. And there are very, very few chatbots able to manage the customer onboarding phase, so the customer acquisition phase. As to access mode, also, where the most of the chatbots still resides on the company or institutional websites, like in almost 75%, and 30% of them, they reside also on Facebook Messenger. So Facebook Messenger is definitely an important channel in Italy. WhatsApp is gaining importance. Also, Telegram is gaining importance. Apps are middle way. As for the ways in which we can interact, the users can interact with chatbots. Most of them, again, over 90%, interact through text and buttons. so users can write or just click a button to follow the conversation. And almost 70% chatbots provide like links with more information, where to find more information. They push links to users to allow them to navigate other information. Now, I think what's very important is now the performance of the and the user experience of the chatbots. And we can see that 56% of chatbots achieve customer goal with good or very good evaluation. The customer goal is the fulfillment, actually the customer request, to what extent the chatbot actually answered in correct way to my request. And it's very similar situation for the user experience, or even better. 53%, almost 54% of bots provide good and very good user experience. The middle part is actually more interesting. So here you can actually see, I will go back to the fulfillment, that there is 27% of chatbots ranked 3, it means very average performance, and almost 33% have average user experience. So probably how you can read it is like there is more chatbots that provide average and good user experience than performance. So there is still things that that companies need to work on. Finally, we tried to benchmark and compare all the solutions that we found on the market, on Italian market, across all the industries. And with this, we try to identify some general trends and industry trends. And as for general trends, we can say they are definitely much more informational chatbots than transactional one, so of lower complexity, the simpler view of conversational AI. They are definitely smaller number of the transactional chatbot that they actually can do things. And with this, we try to map if there is any like industry characterization, and we could actually identify only one: the telecommunication chatbots, or chatbots provided by the telecommunication companies are those that are definitely stand in one quadrant, the most complex one, with providing dialogue and transactions. And here you can actually, there is one more conclusion that I could make here, that solving complex problem, you need powerful dialogue and powerful conversation. Now, a few information about also voice apps. We could see at the beginning that there are two industries with major number of voice apps, that media and utilities, and we actually measured that skills, the Alexa skills for Amazon devices are the preferred voice apps by Italian companies. Hard to say why, but it's a fact. Similarly to the chatbots, most of them are open, so they provide very general information and they are open to general public. But contrary to chatbots, voice apps are focused on experiencing phase of the customer life cycle, so they actually do things. They provide something more than only the information. As for the overall evaluation, it is very comparable to chatbots. So 52% of voice apps actually provide good and very good experience. And this is surprising because chatbots has been in the market for a while, probably like more than 10 years, while voice apps are available on Italian market only since November 2018. So it's been only 2 years old, and you can consider that the very first year there were only the general purpose the provider apps and not the enterprise ones. So it's very good tool, and it immediately provides better experience than chatbot could, or that with chatbots we didn't find the way yet what to do. So with this, what is still missing, or what we still miss on the Italian market, and what can be seen actually as guidelines for providing better experience to customers. First of all, both of them actually, chatbot and voice apps, they can do more, and they can do much more. The technology is already there. The cloud is already there. So every single piece of the puzzle is already there. It must be mapped and put together. So the full potential of chatbot is still to be reached, and it's still to be reached through some actions that I could actually guideline here. For us is like brands should put more effort onto characterization of their bots for providing like brand extension. So chatbot with their image, with their visual identity, with the language it uses, should actually represent better, should be identified immediately with a brand. More effort should be put into the transparency for gaining customer trust. The integration also, in order to provide personalized experience to user, and more dialogue and more conversation should be put into it in order to solve complex problems. And more dialogue is about one data probably I didn't show, is that we measured also the conversational capability of all the chatbots, dividing them into answer bots and conversational bots. And in Italy we have exactly half and half. 50% has only the answer capability, and the other 50% has some dialogue capability. And then data. User provide data. The data are there, so it's linked with the transparency, what you do with the data, and use the user data for better experience and for proactivity. When it comes to voice apps, what we can say is that we have to distinguish, companies still have to distinguish what's a general purpose, and there is no one solution that fit all. So both Alexa devices and Google Home devices provide a variety of general purpose, general public skills and actions, but this is not the case for enterprise skill or enterprise voice app. Enterprise voice app must address one public, very specific public, and this is a very powerful tool, and it can be seen both as a channel and capability. And voice is powerful also because it is frictionless for computing. So other users, new users can do computation, can interact in digital way with brands, with companies, just by speaking. So, and we are really attracted, and we love our smart speakers and home devices that talk, because it is comparable to like our human life. We are more attracted by human than objects that speak, that people that speak, than those that only understand, because actually we cannot understand when they are understanding or not. So talking devices are very powerful for gaining a new a new public, and actually is frictionless. At the very end, I would like to share just 2 use cases for Italian market, use cases that use the conversation and natural language capability in marketing application. So first one is the one we developed for Novo Nordisk, is a like pharmaceutical company, multinational pharmaceutical company, and we developed for them the AIDA chatbot that is both chatbot and voice app, available on the on Alexa devices. AIDA has own identity, visual, has own voice, has own register that interacts, and it actually resides on dedicated website and also on Telegram and in other channels. And it talks with people that are that have diabetes. So it answers all the question about not only actually the power of this is that it doesn't talk about the medicine produced by Novo Nordisk itself, but it talks and it answers questions about diabetes as a disease. So it allows actually Novo Nordisk like a new brand positioning and being in direct contact with the with users, with the final customers, and not only with pharmacies and hospitals. One completely different application that is empowered by natural language, so just talking and conversation, is also the search engine. We developed the search engine for Allianz, Allianz One Business. So it's actually a web page dedicated for small business, where you actually can try to request a quotation for your small business. And normally what you have to do is you have to understand to what category your business applies to, according to a national registry of all the businesses. So we empowered this engine with the natural language capability. So you actually can write you don't have to remember any number, any national registers. You can just write, I produce beer, or I produce plastic. So what kind of insurance do I need? So these are the 2 applications that we found interesting on the Italian market. This is the one that we at H-Farm developed and provided to our clients. Well, with this, I would like to thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, being on your event. I will be happy to answer any question.
Grazie mille, carissima. It was a great presentation. And, I'd like to welcome back also Charlie to participate in this discussion. I think, Charlie, we don't have you yet. And I think you need to open your video. Oh, there you are.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
And we can hear you fine. Your screen is black, though. I don't know whether you need to turn the camera on.
Off and on.
Well, keep it on, but it's black, but we can hear you loud and clear, which is the important thing.
Great.
We're speaking about audio anyway. So
indeed, that was a really
thank you for sharing your insights both, and thank you for the case studies as well. It goes to show what specialized agencies and solutions providers. I understand, Charlie. I understand that what you may need to do is refresh your browser. I'm being told by the people responsible for the smooth technical running of the show. But anyway, there you are.
Back.
Fantastic. So it just goes to show, the things that specialized agencies can achieve in terms of innovation and avant-garde services. But I'd like to take a step back. I was intrigued particularly by some of Bear's slides that show the different sectors of the economy and how mature they are. Some things are evident. For instance, media, podcasting, they're up there. But in others, one needs to have more explanation. And I was wondering, in your experience, whether you could share with us insights on which sectors tend to be most receptive to this new form of conversational marketing. For instance, I saw telco and banking being relatively high up. Why is this? Is it because of data they may have from their CRMs? What's the rationale? So an overview of sectors that are pushing forward, and why is this? I don't know. Perhaps Bea, you can go first.
I would. I'm not sure why is this, but definitely we mapped the situation, and like telecommunication in Italy is definitely a trendsetter. In our research, we didn't provide the evidence on the market segmentation, like each segment, how many players there actually is. So we just mapped the biggest number of chatbots and voice apps we found, for example, in public services, but there is like a huge number of companies, of institutions within the sector, while in telecommunication, like in Italy, there are 6 telco companies on the market, and all of them have some kind of solution of this kind. So there is some, and the telecommunication chatbots and voice bots are definitely the most advanced ones. So they are the trendsetters. Probably they've been working on that since for years. And this is also a sector like with the really huge customer base where optimizing automatically makes sense, and is also huge customer base that uses telecommunication services, so they are somehow digital already.
Yeah,
right? You don't have other chains, like you use telco services, you are somehow digital already, right? So this is not the case for banking, for example.
Well, yes, and in telcos, I imagine all those conversations go through their pipes anyway.
Right.
Charlie, what's the perspective in the UK? More advanced, less advanced sectors? What's going on?
So for us, it's all about FMCG and
really?
commerce, e-commerce, right? So we see now we've got kind of these smart speakers in 30% of homes. We expect in the US and the UK to have 50% of homes having smart speakers by 2022. Everyone's looking to see how they can develop a new channel for commerce and for, actually sort of selling goods. This is a frictionless way to kind of embed these behaviors. And what we've done is kind of by packaging this up as a campaign offering, this allows brands to start their commerce, their kind of voice commerce journey within a campaign, and then we run rolling optimization to then allow those brands to be discoverable through voice search, and then you can bring that kind of organic traffic into a transactional environment.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that about e-commerce, because and this brings me to another question. We've with every new digital possibility that comes, we have this dichotomy: is this more for branding? This is more for performance. Not that the two are necessarily mutually exclusive. For instance, we always thought search was for performance, but then if you're not doing well on SEO, it doesn't look good on your branding. Social, we thought it was for branding, but now you have all those other capabilities. So as things stand now, is conversational more in your respective markets for branding, for awareness, for making sure that you're proving you're there, or is it more a performance, as you said, Charlie, thing, e-commerce, v-commerce, you would call it now? So branding or performance, or somewhere in between? Perhaps Charlie, you can go first now.
Yeah, no, I think we're definitely somewhere in between. But with the kind of the data studio we're able to put together to deliver those kind of end-to-end campaign attribution, we're moving towards a performance channel, right? So what we can see is what's going to happen over the next 2, 3, 4 years is as you buy your new car and it's got a voice assistant in, when you buy your new headphones and you start to use your voice assistant to complete these tasks, kind of, and that becomes more more and more kind of embedded behavior, then this all can move to a kind of pure performance channel. Right now it's more brand response, and we've got a campaign going live in 2 weeks time where we've got a murder mystery party where we've had the voice assistant kind of as the compere curating the evening, so kind of dropping in and out of the kind of games that you're playing with so there's great examples of how you can use this in a kind of a brand and experience environment, but you can then complete that campaign goal by having the ability to optimize towards a transaction or to some kind of lead generation. So we're calling it very much branded response at the moment.
Yeah, because there is a similar question coming from one of our participants. They see more brand building and less performance. Perhaps it's a continuum. You start with brand building awareness, and then as the medium matures, you move towards performance. I don't know whether this is the situation, Bea, in Italy.
As it comes to v-commerce, we are not there yet. Absolutely, we are far from v-commerce. We cannot buy things on using voice, but I think it's coming. And actually, it's not only about voice, because we've seen that also chatbots are. It's not like not useful. They are not used, and we don't know why. They are not used for the onboarding, the customer acquisition process. They are used mostly for the awareness, and then in the post-sale, the after-sale. So like managing the customer problems, changing requests. But when the customer is buying things, it seems that it's companies still hesitating to provide such service, since our research was actually focused on what companies do, right? We will be working in the at the very beginning of 2021 now on the other view, what the customers think about the chatbots and voice bots they use.
Well, it's interesting because in some ways, you see, conversational marketing does resemble or does exemplify patterns we saw in digital marketing or in the ecosystem earlier on. If you recall, in the first days of e-commerce, people would do the search online, comparison, pricing, and so on, but they would go to a physical store to buy. It was for quite a while, it was a pattern of behavior. We're talking now more than 10 years ago. Now, evidently, this has changed. So perhaps there is a repetition of a pattern that may be taking place. A final question before we move on to our concluding duo of speakers. I think we've lost Charlie again, but perhaps he will rejoin us. Is the issue of strategic independence? I was just saying, Charlie, a final question, the issue of platforms versus owned properties. We saw, for instance, Bea showed a slide that said that a lot of those bots, chatbots, etc., are in owned properties, in the company website or perhaps in an app, rather than working with a platform that tends to offer a lot of tools, but creates a sense of strategic dependence in the long term. How do you see that playing out? Wedding yourself to a platform with the pros and cons, or going it alone? Perhaps, Charlie, you could go first.
Yeah, I mean, the way that we architect is that we build one conversational model, and then that gets delivered through all the different channels. So if you're running a voice campaign, then we support Google Assistant and Alexa because they have the capabilities within there. But the call to action is talk to your assistant. So the way that we're talking to brands is, we can help them with their voice strategy, and then as new channels become available, so we're expecting that Siri will open up to developers over the course of 21, then we'll incorporate that into the strategy. So for us, the power of these platforms is not to be ignored, especially when delivering these. That's where the users are going to be spending their time.
Well, that's the big temptation of platforms, but it's interesting to say that, there are synergies there. You go through one process of conversation architecture, and then you can replicate that. So in a way, it's platform neutral.
Exactly.
to an extent.
We don't want to be too far in bed with anyone, because
Okay.
for us, voice is going to win, and we need to champion voice rather than a particular platform.
A concluding
Yes.
comment from you, Bea, please.
Yes, in fact, the platforms are important also because there is no solution that can one fits all, right? And it really depends also what your customer is doing. So it's actually, if you have a service like for airports, providing airport information, it would be useless to put it on your website because you are in movement, right? You are you are traveling, so you're definitely using Facebook Messenger, you are definitely using Telegram or WhatsApp, but you don't think to go on a company website in that particular moment, right? So you really have to think what your users, your customers are doing right now.
Fantastic. Well, I will thank you both again most warmly for being with us today. Highly enlightening and intriguing stuff. Thank you. And as I said to our first international speaker this morning, we look forward to hosting you physically in Greece in a future event. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And now we will move on to our final duet of international speakers. Again, as I was saying earlier, we're focusing on best practices, innovations, and case studies. And I'm delighted to introduce Roger Lammers, the Commercial Director for Central Europe for Kavai, a very innovative company in the area of conversational marketing, to take us through his insights, his visions, and their practices. Roger.
Yes.
Well, welcome. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Constantine. Yes, indeed. So my name is Rogier, actually in Dutch, but you can call me Roger. And I'm the Commercial Director for Central Europe at Kavai. And next to that, I'm happily married and father of 3 children. And I live in Blaricum, which is in the suburbs of Amsterdam. And I would like to start with a very brief intro of what Kavai is. Because I'm not sure if you heard of us already, but actually we provide publishers, advertisers, and agencies and creative agencies with the solution to create conversational ads, quick, easy, and in a fun way. And actually I was asked to tell you a bit more about conversational advertising, but I would like to start with a question. I mean, what is a conversation? And the definition of a conversation is that it's a two-way communication between at least 2 persons in real time. And we people, we like to communicate. I mean, it's what made us the most successful species on Earth. You know, it helped us working together in fighting the elements in history. Like how else could we beat a mammoth back in the days, in the ice ages? And currently we are living in the era of messaging. I mean, it's everywhere already. We use apps like Hangout or Slack at work, and WhatsApp and Facebook to communicate with friends and family, maybe even Snapchat for fun. And in some cases we use messaging apps to get services. And at this moment today, there are 42 billion messages sent on WhatsApp alone at one single day. So realize that 42 billion messages on a single day. And it's everywhere. We are communicating to things as well. The previous speakers just talked about voice, but we can talk to a thing like this Google Home tool. And we can ask them about the weather or order stuff. And even Netflix is communicating with us. I mean, they are suggesting films and videos, and we can select the video that we want to see. So that's basically an interaction as well. And here's a fact. So messaging actually became more popular than social. And according to Nielsen, 9 out of 10 people are fine with messaging to talk to businesses. And when it comes to chatbots, I think everybody is familiar with those on-site chatbots. So in this case, here's an example of a Mercedes chatbot on a Dutch Mercedes site. And it actually can help you navigate through their own domain, or you can ask like a question to a chatbot. And more brands are actually exploring messaging tools like Facebook and WhatsApp as well. So for example, back in the days when we could travel, it seems like a long time ago, I could actually ask KLM about my flight details by using WhatsApp. And it's super easy and relevant, and because I already know the app, and it's quick and easy. And like a previous speaker said, if you are traveling, you're on the move, you don't want to go to a specific home page of a brand and see what's going on. And actually the latest and hottest retail buzzword currently is conversational commerce. So actually brands are using messaging solutions to sell their products to their customers. And in this case, you need to have a direct relation with the customer directly. You need to have a one-on-one connection to have a conversation with your consumer and suggest the right product. So actually, basically, conversations are everywhere already. The only remaining industry that didn't step into this yet is digital advertising as we know it, right? Well, until now. So conversational advertising finally arrived, but how does it look like? Well, a conversational ad basically is a banner with a chatbot in it, and it's making it possible to ask your consumers about their needs instead of pushing your message. And with the conversational ad, you can let the consumer interact and engage with your brand. So it's super powerful. And these banners can be created in any size and applied on any device, and they can be bought anywhere programmatically or IO based. And here's an example of a move-in ad that we've built for Tesla. So this is a normal banner. It's a 980 by 300, which is a normal size in the UK. So first action is asked like, this car is cool, right? Do you want to jump in it right away? Yes, of course. And Tesla here wants me to engage with the car itself by asking like, hey, which color do you like? And I like the black car, actually. And it's also asking me like, what rims do you like under this car? And I can easily select it. And click on the link and go out, make an appointment for a test ride. And next to that, we do support some more exclusive formats as well. So this example is the mobile bubble. And here you actually see the bubble with a logo or an image and a trigger, and it appears on top of the publisher's content. And if you click on it, then the interstitial will open. So I also have a real life example or a moving example. So first the bubble appears, then the trigger, and if you click on one of each, the conversation starts. And in this case, I can select the menu that I like. For example, the gourmet 3 cheeses, which is a delicious choice. And here I can select how I would like to order the product. And this is an example of a 300 by 600 banner that we are currently running in Norway for Singles Day. And this is what we call a shoppable ad. So first, the dialogue starts, and it's asking me, like, what are you interested in? What are you looking for? So here you can see the preview. So what are you interested in? For example, I am interested in televisions. Check out this offer, and as you can see, we have this carousel of products, which I can check out. If I click on it, then I get redirected to the product on the retailer's website. So you can also give like this relevant, shoppable experiences to your advertisers. And this is our latest format. that we released last week. This is what we call the avatar. So here we've used the Michelin Man for actually their latest campaign where they were targeting car sites. And as you can see, it's an animation on top of the publisher's content as well on desktop, and it expands to a 300 by 600 chat box where the conversation starts. And you probably think like, this is probably super complex to build and it's taking forever. Well, it's not actually. It's actually super easy. So in our platform, there are basically two tabs, settings and flows, where you can create the ad. In settings, that's where you actually build the creative. So you define the look and feel of the ad. And the other tab is called flow. And this is where you build the chatbot. And basically by dragging and dropping elements on this area and adding your text, you can build your chatbot. And in our platform, like a conversational ad, like the one we showed of Tesla, can be built in a couple of hours. And there are no programming skills needed for this. Anybody can do it. And what's also super interesting about this is the insights that you can get out of the ads. So we can report on the expected metrics, for example, on the volumes, on started chats, for example, or on the amount of clicks or the time spent with the ad. But we can also report on the results or the answers that people gave to your questions. So this is an example of a campaign that we did for Dyson in the UK. And actually they found out that iron and fuchsia, for example, are less popular as a color than black and nickel, for example. And I would like to share some cases with you as well. And the first is for HP computers. So HP wanted to increase awareness of their Spectre laptops. And they as well wanted to learn what features are most important for their clients. And actually, this conversational ad here on the left generated 4,000 started chats. And 30% of those finished the conversation. So that's actually 1,300 consumers that engage with the ad. And HP learned that all-day battery life was actually the most important feature in the laptop. So actually the CMO was like super excited about these results. And for them, it was like a product research as well. So it was advertising and a research in one. And this is an example on how you can leverage the data that you can get out of a conversational ad. So this is a campaign that we did for Volkswagen. And Volkswagen actually found out that when people are doing a winter check for their cars, that the time that it takes for them is most important. And actually Volkswagen with their own, garages, they're super quick with those winter checks. They do it within 30 minutes, sorry. So actually they got this information out of the ad that 46% of the people that responded think that the time it takes is super relevant for them. And they were actually using this in other media channels. So they were communicating it on out of home, for example, that the winter check at Volkswagen only takes 30 minutes. So that's how you can use this kind of data. And I would also like to share a case, a local case in Greece, which we did with our partner AdWeb. And with our platform, AdWeb created a conversational ad for Fresiderm. And actually they wanted to have a two-way conversation between the brand and the consumer. And the campaign was delivered programmatically on AdWeb's premium publisher network. And actually with the ad, Fresiderm wanted to ask consumers about their needs first, and then offer them a tailored product. So like, are you interested in skincare? Yes, I am. Okay, then how does your skin look like? Like like this, for example, okay, then you need this product. And here's actually an example of the ad. So if I click on it, it will be displayed here. My Greece is a bit rusty, so I'm not sure what I'm answering here. So, I mean, so it's built basically in the decision tree, and by giving certain answers, I get a specific product offered to me, which is relevant for me because of the answers that I give. AdWeb for us is our local partner in Greece. So if you have any questions or if you want to experiment with these kinds of ads, then you can reach out to them as well. And yeah, that was it already. Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed it.
Well, thank you so much, Roger, and thank you for underlying that these sort of solutions, are not only an issue for the more advanced markets, like for instance your native Netherlands, but are also available in Greece today, and are also available in the traditional web environment that we know, and not necessarily only in the smart speaker or audio, or indeed just the messaging platforms and environments. Now, what we will be doing, as in the previous session, we'll be introducing our next and final speaker, and then inviting you back at the end for a short conversation, the three of us. So, thank you again, Roger, and see you in a short while. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our last speaker for our conference, Fernando Cano Mora, who is the managing director of H-Voice, part of the Havas group, who is the voice marketing unit of the Havas Media Group, who will be showing us the Spanish experience, again, as I was saying earlier, a market quite similar to Greece, only a bit more mature, a bit larger, but certainly experiences that will strongly resonate, I am certain. So, Fernando, bienvenido.
How are you?
I'm
Hello.
fine. ¿Qué tal? Muchas gracias.
Your Spanish is improving.
Well, it improves only when I have quite a bit of wine and start using my hands. But this is not the time for this. Perhaps we should be having those events in the evening. I'm sure they would, in terms of engagement, they would score quite high. Anyway, Thank you so much for being with us. The screen is yours. We're all looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you to all to be here, and thank you, IAB Greece, to give me the opportunity to speak here. Let's start with our presentation. Is the role of the voice as the protagonist in the new environment. That is obvious. The pandemic has a strong impacting on our lives with radical change in society, consumer and brands. It's very important to learn about our society before life, before COVID-19. Social climate and through keys and hacks was very important for us, touching everything. We didn't mind touch all and all surface. The more people, the better. We love it to be in concerts or on overcrowded space. Go outside and whatever came up. Personal service in a store was highly valued. We valued a lot the personal contact when we were to the stores, and is not face to face. It's not real. But it's obvious that we are experiencing a change in our lifestyle. Social distancing has come to stay here. No touch, no risk. Now we are a little bit fear to touch everything like before. We decide to which people is around us, not a lot of people, and confidence people, of course. More planning and organization, hygiene and safety will be more valued, and the e-learning come to stay here too. We as the consequence for this social phenomena is a several consequence. Personal and work relationship have changed. That's obvious. We now telework more than before, and we socialize in different ways. Social distance will remain, but the most important thing is in this content, people embrace the technology that solve a massive problem. Platform during the lockdown, platform like HBO or Netflix help us in our entertainment, and platforms like Zoom, Team, or Skype help us in our telework or to socialize with our family and friends. And people now see the technology in different ways. In this situation, the brands that contribute to fight against the COVID will be reinforced. We think in H Voice that voice is moving into main points, and current products and service will add to the voice. This example on the left on the screen is an experience in Shanghai Tube. Alibaba has implanted in some screen with voice. You can buy your ticket by voice. You can find your station with a command voice. And even you can control your tube map by voice. It's a very safety technology in one of the risk points in our life, like in Metro. We are working here with Madrid Tube to implant this technology in our city. Another way is new user experience will be designed with the voice in the center point, of course. The main sector that will be impacted for this new situation and the voice can help is obviously the health sector. It was very impacted for the pandemic, and they create a lot of chatbot or AI intelligent bots to help them in this situation. Banking sector, it will impact it too, and the smart office are increasing. We are working in our clients here, like Banco Santander or CaixaBank, to create virtual assistant in their office to help the office employees to resolve doubts or to the clients or the different question that you can resolve without the human people here. Public transport, like I said before, customer support will be improved a lot. With we create some AI intelligent bots to help the operator with the clients to efficient their work. And tourists, some hotels are implanting in their rooms virtual assistant with to contact with the hotel service. In this situation, e-commerce is increasing a lot. In the last 3 months, e-commerce has increased more than the last years. And some studies in USA studies say us that voice commerce is going, it will increase more than e-commerce in the next 3 years. It's very important because it's easy. You can buy your products, coffee, or drinks or whatever by command voice, and you create your shopping list, and the market send you at your home. It's a safety technology too, and improve the people experience. All of that bring us to the Amazon effect. In 2005, Amazon Prime changed the consumer behavior because they began to require their e-commerce in 2 days, and people asked why the rest of e-commerce cannot deliver my orders in 48 hours. In our case, as voice gains more prominence, consumer will ask this question: is why can't I do this with my voice? If you can start your tablet with voice, or move a lift with your voice, or look in your tablet some product by voice, your next question is why I cannot make everything with my voice, because it's natural for us. It's a tactile technology. This supply a gap when I cannot ask with our voice and everywhere. The voice is a part of the corporate identity. It's like the color, font. We need to create a voice guide to in the future to control which one is our position in the voice in different places. This is very important. Having a voice on your own will be essential to differentiate yourself. And when Alexa launched 2 years ago in Spain, the banks company here launched different skills with the same content. And when we enter in one of their skills, in Santander, for example, you hear the same voice that CaixaBank skill, and also the same content. It's the same experience. You need to create your own voice. Coca-Cola will speak with a unique type of voice, and PepsiCo will have a unique type of voice different to Coca-Cola. We need to make a difference with our competitor. The companies that prioritize the needs of the people and listen them, they will be the winners in this new environment. And voice is becoming a new paradigm of communication between customer and brands. This is the first time in the history that brands has a human trait, and brands can have a real conversation with their customer and in real time conversation. Also change the behavior between the users and technology. Voice is becoming in the wire between different technologies. Is the first doors to enter in every technology. This I need to highlight in this point because it's very important for us. The voice transcends to device. That is because everyone thinks that Alexa and Google voice is Alexa and Google. For us, that's not true. Our way to work when we work with our clients, we study all the touch points to the client, our client with their customer, and you take into account the context. Where is the conversation? At home, at work, moving into the car. Which is the format that we will use to make this conversation? Is a voice bot? Is a voice app, chat bot, or even podcast? Which one is the touch point, physical and digital touch point? Is the web, is in social network, or your app, or your call center, or physical, like a point of sale? And finally, we determine which one is the device. Smart speaker is very important, of course, but for us is most important, obviously, our smartphone. We have a virtual assistant in every smartphone, and the penetration of the smartphone is much more than smart speaker. But we will find the voice on the conversational interface in your washing machine, your fridge, your TV, your laptop, your tablet, your headphone, everywhere. And that is very important to difference between a smart speaker. A smart speaker is one more contact point, not the unique contact point in the voice ecosystem. This is the main conversational interface formats: chatbot, voice bot, e-voice app, and voice app. We will find this conversational interface in your computer, at home, in the car, in the office, at the sale point, in device like a smartphone, smart speakers, TV. Alexa and Google, and they are making agreement with thousands of devices to create the integrated home, and you will find conversational interface in this device and voice experience too. Smartwatch. In your digital experience, you can find interface in conversational interface in the web, in the social network, and everything brings us in this prediction of Gartner. At the end, now in 2020, 4.2 billion of virtual assistants will be worldwide. It's not smart speakers; it's a virtual assistant. They live in your mobile, in your smartphone, in your tablet, and everywhere. And it's increasing a lot in this year and the next year too. In the benefits for the brands, is a new means of disseminating brand content. Like I can see before, humanized brands is the first time that brands have the human traits. You need to create your own brand voice to difference with your competitors, and this is a two-way conversation. This is important because before that, the conversation between brands and customer was in one-way conversation. You give your content, and after that, maybe you will know what the people think about your content. Now, in this moment, you can have knowledge about the conversation with your clients in real time. You can know what the people think about you, about your image, about your content in this moment, like you speak with a human, and it's very important because now you can have a real conversation with your clients and your customer. And in towards to the brand voice. First of all, you need to work with AEO, your answer engine optimization, because it's different to the SEO. You can retain 15 links when you look. In EEO, it's very important to achieve the top of position in the browser, because your memory is not designed to retain 15 links, 3 things, no more, and you need to situate at the first and the second one position. The content is very important too, because now your content is designed to use reading, and it's different like you read than you speak. You need to change your content to become the content in a conversational content, because it's different the experience. To create your native experience with skills in Alexa or action in Google, and the most important thing is you need to create your brand voice. because 3 out of 4 users think that each brand must have this own voice, because the voice has become in a strategic point to the companies, because voice increase the interaction with the customer, because increase the customer satisfaction and engagement, of course, and increase the attraction for the brands. The real and emotional value on the brand increase with their own voice. Why we need to create a voice? Firstly, because the technology allows for it. This technology has evolved more than the last 5 years, than the last 50 years, because behavioral habits are changing. Google said us some months ago that the people the voice search is increasing a lot in the last years, and they will be increased a lot in the next years. And is very important to know that people search by voice, and after they look something, they want action after that. If I want a restaurant, if I look at a restaurant, I want to check in this restaurant. If I look at rent a car, I would like to rent this car by voice. And after a voice search is sometimes is carry on one action after that, because the brand are going to establish conversation with their customer. When you have a voice, it's obvious you have a conversation, and because we move from the transactional interface to the relational interface, because the engagement increase and the emotional perception increase with the voice. When we work with our clients, the concept is humanize the brand. To humanize the brand, we need to create a person, a real person. And when we create this person, we walk in the line that give us the purpose of our existence, why this person exists. Secondly, we move the brand values to define the personality. We work with our brands to study their values, and the personality of this person needs these values is inside this personality. It's very important to understand the target. It's not the same when I speak with a teenager team and senior people. Your communication is different, even your type of voice. And it's very important too to designate the environment, the context. Where is the conversation? It's not the same like I am speaking here with my voice or with my type of communication that when I am with my friends having a beer in a bar. Is the context changed, and even the type of voice changed too. The best way to show you how we work with our clients, or to build a voice experience is this is Shar. This is one of our clients. We love this project because it's very nice. Shar is is international Italian food for celiacs, and we create Shar creates Noah. Noah is a virtual nutritional that Noah help to the celiac people in different ways. And this project is ongoing now. Shall create a strategy voice consulting. They will adapt in 2 international markets. And Noah lives in conversational interface in different contact points like chatbot, voicebot, and voice app in web, WhatsApp, Facebook, RCS, the new messaging platform from Google, and Smart Assistant, of course. And to the conversational web in Share, We take into account the content, the context, the connection point. The conversational website is the hub of the shared voice ecosystem. You can navigate and through the products, and in addition, Noah can help you in different questions about gluten-free lifestyle, recipes, ingredients, and the web is become in the center of the digital voice ecosystem of share. Another very important contact point is WhatsApp. WhatsApp, we take into account, of course, the context, content, and contact point. WhatsApp is very important because it's always with us. You use WhatsApp almost for us to your friend, almost everything, and one of our way to humanize Noah is their presence in her presence in WhatsApp. Is like one people more. If you are in a dinner, you can ask Noah, Noah, can I eat this food? Or if I am in my home, I want to prepare a recipe. Noah, could you recommend me a recipe with different products? And it's very easy to use WhatsApp in this situation. And this WhatsApp help us to personalize it and humanize it, Noah. Facebook is very important too. We create the same system that WhatsApp in Facebook because it's a very important contact point, and we have the same experience that WhatsApp, but inside the Facebook platform. Another contact point, very important contact point, and you can, if you are in Facebook, you can ask Noah different question in that you have any doubt about your diet. This one is another example. We love this example too because it's the first time in Spain and Europe that one company has used the out-of-home using the voice technology in one action. This action we join with McDonald's and Clear Channel. I will show you the video.
McDonald's, McPollo, un Sandy. McDonald's, McPollo. Alitas de pollo.
This action we launched in June, and it was a very good action and very successful action because also achieved a lot of PR in Spain and international PR too in USA. And McDonald's is very happy with this experience. They are implementing in their shop now different screens with voice and Mac Auto experience. Everything, of course, in the future, in the next at the next year, I think. And we are very happy with this action. This presentation brings us to ask this which one is the real question. Is the real question is not if this technology already exists or is upcoming, if it's good or not, if it's positive or not. The real question is how we can adapt to this new conversational ecosystem. Thank you all, and welcome to the era of voice.
Thank you so much, Fernando.
Now, if you have any questions?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we bring in Roger as well to conclude our conference with a nice chat. And thank you for the last example, not only because it's lunchtime, so it's here in Greece, so it's quite inspiring, but also because, you know, out of home is inspiring because it means one day we'll be back out of home. And we very much look forward to that. Now, in terms of the questions, there's a recurring question that comes also in the group chat: performance versus branding. And I wanted to have your take because we saw examples.
I can hear you now.
Is it a problem with my connection?
Could you repeat me the question?
The question is,
yes, maybe,
both
or mine. Could you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. I was saying that
Yesterday.
I don't know if it's a fault of my mic. Can you hear me better now or not?
I can hear you loud and clear, Constantine.
Yep, now.
Oh, all right. So what I was asking is, there's this ongoing debate in conversational marketing right now, branding versus performance, and with what KPIs. So we saw examples that deal both with branding and with performance. You cannot hear me, Fernando?
Not too good.
Could it be a volume thing in your
computer?
Here. Because Roger can hear me well, and apparently there's no issue from my side. Anyway, let me start again. Let me start again. I was saying performance versus branding, different metrics, different orientations. How do you think this is going to play out? For instance, in Roger's case, with the services that they offer, it's very much performance driven in terms of concrete results. And the same thing with you, with the McDonald's case study. So, you know, should we be preparing more for, at this stage, for a branding, a strategic orientation, and with what KPIs? Are they different for anything from the customary ones we know, or for performance, and with what KPIs in this specific ecosystem? I don't know, Roger, perhaps you can go first.
Yes, so I'd like to disagree with you that it's better suitable for just performance, because I think there's a really strong branding aspect to it as well. So, for example, we've done a campaign for Heineken in the Netherlands, and it was actually a football quiz. So it's not directing you to a specific product; it's asking you questions about the Champions League, for example. And people are engaging with your brand for over a minute in that case. And we are also participating in studies, and actually you can see that the brand awareness is really going up if you use it well, of course. But it can be applied for performance as well. So it's up to you basically, and yeah, the context that you provide to the ad.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because even if it's for a performance goal, it is something so innovative that it's bound to have a branding benefit on the side as well, and impress users. Fernando, what is your take? What's the experience of the Spanish market?
Yep. I know with our clients, like this experience with McDonald's, it was in the two ways. The performance, we could sell all our tickets in 1 week, and the awareness of the brands increased a lot in this during this week. I think the voice works in the two ways, into the brands, of course, because works with the brand's experience and change your brand experience when you enter in contact with the voice, the brand voice. Your experience changed a lot with before that, when you have a real conversation with the brand, and into the performance work too, because you can buy, you can create your shopping list. Maybe we have some data into the conversation in leads and in sales, and they can increase almost between 50-60% when you have experience with interface, conversational interface, and brand voice too.
I think in voice you can also take Omo. Is Omo a brand in Greece? Like
Is it for cleaning and stuff?
For cleaning your clothes.
Yes, it is, and actually it's quite an ancient brand as well.
So how strong would it be if you could ask your Alexa or Google Home speaker, like, hey, help me removing this strawberry stain from my shirt? How should I do this? So you say like, hey, Omo, please help me getting the stain out of my shirt. Oh, what stain? It's a strawberry stain. I think that's a super strong branding aspect.
Absolutely. But let me stay with that, because it's interesting. The more such micro ecosystems like conversational marketing mature, the more the discussion will shift towards targeting and data and hitting the right people so as not to have, let's say, leakage or wastage. Are we at that point? And if so, what sort of targeting data are we using? Does that reflect in what sectors are involved first? Perhaps sectors that already have a lot of first-party data or a strong CRM. So how do you see the targeting dimension playing out in the near future? Fernando, perhaps you go first now.
You can reach, for us, if you want to reach a concrete target with voice experience, you can reach. But for us, voice technology is a very inclusive technology, because you can reach every target. Technology before a voice, different technology, they keep outside different target, like kids or senior people. Voice technology includes senior people and kids too, and you can reach every target that you want. I don't know if I answered your question, because
absolutely. So
your connection cut in some words, and
it's just,
voice technology help to include all the people in this experience. In McDonald's experience, for example, a lot of people in different targets play with this action. Junior, seniors, teenagers, people between different age, and because it's natural for everyone to speak with voice. It's very natural to ask everything with the voice.
Fantastic. Roger, you're very active though in the programmatic web in many ways. So for you, targeting must be even more refined. How do you approach this?
Relevance is super important. So it could be in context. So, for example, we have this housing website in the Netherlands. So if you are a bank and you ask, or you have a mortgage product, then that's super relevant. So that performs really well. On the other side, scalability is also really important. And we have these very large news sites. And there you would like to maybe send out another message or ask a different question to millennials, then you ask to 65-plus-year-olds. And therefore, you can use third-party or first-party data, of course. And go ahead.
So no, data-driven creative, the standard stuff.
Yeah, indeed. So that's super important. Relevance is important. But of course, the cookie crumbles, and probably within what was it, 2022. So also Chrome isn't allowing third-party cookies anymore. We are ready for that, so that's a good thing, and you can actually use our creative then to get data or insights out of the campaigns.
Let's not talk about the cookieless future now, because we would need around 5 hours to do this, and we'll still be only scratching the surface. A final question. In both your presentations, the conversational architecture part was very important. You showed the dashboard, Roger. I'm sure that your creative team, Fernando, works very hard on the conversational architecture. I asked this also in the morning. Do we have the talent there, or is there an issue? And can we be assured about the synergies that you create the conversation architecture once and you apply it to all platforms in a similar way, or do you have to do micro adaptations all the time? So what is the issue with the conversation architecture? Are there synergies, and do we have the talent? Fernando, you want to go first?
It's necessary to create the main architecture conversation, and we need to adapt in different platform. But you need to use the main architecture to adapt. Maybe in one case like share. When I said before, we create the big architecture and the conversation tree, and after that we are adapting in different platforms like Facebook is now in this week, and after that we adapt in WhatsApp. But you need to create the main one, and after that a little bit adaptation.
So it's a little bit of adaptation. Yeah. Okay. Roger.
It's the same.
Please go ahead, Fernando.
If I compare an ad to an on-site chatbot, so if people are on
this one.
Are the Mercedes website already? Then you can apply natural language, for example, because people are at that domain already, and you can take it maybe a step further in the questions that you ask. While on an ad, people are at a third-party website, so I don't know, a big publisher's website in Greece, and you need to attract them and get them to your website. That's your goal. So you have a different approach. So there are differences in your structure, I would say. At least if you want to do it correct.
We different.
Fernando, go ahead.
I would like to say that that is different in between if you want to create a chatbot because people in WhatsApp write different that you can have a conversation in Alexa, for example. Your structure, your architecture is different, but it's different when you speak than you write or read. That is our difference when we mark the difference between different experience. They are different architecture, but our difference is why is the way, writing or speaking.
Okay. Well, that's quite clear. And as we're running out of time, I will thank you both again for taking the time to be with us today and making very intriguing presentations and opening, if you like, discussions that will take place also on the Greek market. This has been incredibly enlightening. Thank you both very, very much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Και θα καταλήξω κλείνοντας το συνέδριο, ελπίζοντας ότι το βρήκατε δεόντως ενδιαφέρον σε ένα τόσο νέο θέμα, όπου ακόμα οι πρακτικές εξελίσσονται και είχαμε την ευκαιρία να δούμε παραδείγματα από τις πιο προηγμένες αγορές, ώστε να αξιολογήσουμε και να κρίνουμε το τι μπορεί να υλοποιηθεί στην ελληνική αγορά, ειδικά υπό αυτές τις συνθήκες. Να ευχαριστήσω εκ νέου τους διεθνείς ομιλητές μας, τους χορηγούς μας, την AdWeb και τη Vimoji, βεβαίως τους δύο σημαντικούς θεσμικούς οργανισμούς, το ΣΔΕ και το IABELAS, για την αιγίδα τους και στο τέλος όλους εσάς που συμμετείχατε σήμερα. Αυτό που είναι ξεκάθαρο είναι σε ό,τι αφορά το conversational marketing, η συζήτηση σαφώς συνεχίζεται. Ευχαριστούμε θερμά και καλό Σαββατοκύριακο.